All right, shalom everybody, and um, very, very, very Merry Christmas to all of you. And I wish you really a great time with your family and with the Lord, with His blessing to your family and your children's, your brothers, your sisters. Be sure to be to bring joy to the life of people around you, not to be selfish. And we wish you a great time. Yesterday we have a lot of callers. People call me from everywhere, and we have even Muslims. It was a great time, but as usual, our videos don't get what they deserve. We're still like we have 20,000 view, even though we have a lot of information and education. But people, they seek entertainment, not a value, as usual. Today I saw a video of Trump regardless what people say, and like the guy or you don't, but I prefer a billion times more somebody praise the Lord name, and what is in his heart we don't know, but we prefer someone he praised the Lord, he mentioned his name, not someone like the filthy Joe Biden. He is ashamed even to say a word, because simply he is no Christian, and he is a filthy, and he's wicked. And his wicked party tried to bury the Christmas, and they tried to bury Jesus again, but who dare? So I saw this video today. I would like to share it with you as a start, and let us listen.
President of the United States, it's my tremendous honor to finally wish America and the world a very Merry Christmas. For Christians, this is a holy season, the celebration of the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. More than 2,000 years ago, the angel Gabriel appeared to Mary. He said, "Do not be afraid. You have found favor with God." The angel told her that she would give birth to a baby boy, Jesus, who would be called the Son of the Most High. 9 months later, Christ was born in the town of Bethlehem. The Son of God came into the world in a humble stable. Whatever our beliefs, we know that the birth of Jesus Christ and the story of this incredible life forever changed the course of human history. There's hardly an aspect of our lives today that his life has not touched. Art, music, culture, law, and our respect for the sacred dignity of every person everywhere in the world. At Christmas, we give thanks to God, and that God sent his only Son to die for us and to offer everlasting peace to all humanity. And we recognize that the real spirit of Christmas is not what we have, it's about who we are. Each one of us is a child of God. That is the true source of joy this time of the year. That is what makes every Christmas merry. Above all, during the sacred season, our souls are full of thanks and praise for Almighty God for sending us Christ, his Son, to redeem the world. Tonight we ask that God will continue to bless this nation, and we pray that he will grant every American family a Christmas season full of joy, hope, and peace.
All right. We have the filthy, wicked Joe Biden in the White House for 4 years. And, it's very, very unique about the Democrat. They have a very evil, wicked spirit. The Christmas is a holiday. It's like, when Muhammad, he took over, the Muslim, they say to you, Muhammad did not forbid things right away, but he did it step by step so people will not revolt against him. And this is how the wicked Democrat, rats, they were trying slowly. and by the help of some wicked people who claim to be Christians. You know, you will find wicked churches who they will go and they will say to you that Christmas is not biblical. When we have the whole Bible is about Christmas. The whole Bible is about Christmas. If you read John chapter 1 verse number 1, what is that? That is the Christmas. In the beginning it was the Word. And what happened to the Word? The Logos, which was way more than a word. Like translation in English, it doesn't really give the translation the correct or the ability to translate. The Logos who become a flesh, that is a Christmas. The Bible itself called good news. Why? Because God, He sent His only begotten Son. For God He loved the world. That is the Christmas. And then you will see some wicked people saying to you, they claim to be Christians. Not only the wicked Democrat, the hippie and all the kind of garbage they have, even some who they are wicked, they try to fight the birth of Jesus because they knew that that point of history is beyond any history. They knew that Christianity, all of it, is about Christ. He is coming and He came. If Christ did not come to us, there's no resurrection. There's no salvation. So all of Christianity is about Christmas. And then they say to you, where in the Bible it says Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Mental people. From the Old Testament. In fact, if you go even before the book of Isaiah, before Isaiah, he says a son born to us. God Almighty. Long before that, in the book of Genesis, you will see even the names of the children of Adam, children of Noah. The names of them presenting the coming of Jesus. It's about Christmas too. So those who say to you that Christmas is not biblical, they are fool and they are evil. And those who say it's pagan, they are the pagan ones. Like I saw in the comment in the previous video we have yesterday, a Muslim, he says, let me see what he said, just to read it accurately, as he did. I did pin his message. He said, seem like Islam is living rent-free on your mind. If you cannot tell the difference between pagan festival and non-pagan festival, you are lose case or cause. Here you see a stupid Mohammedan, a guy who go, they have festival which is obviously a festival of paganism, kissing a stone. Then you ask them why the Prophet kissed the stone. You remember when I went to a Muslim website, I posted a video. I don't know if any of you have it. I asked him, it's a website, in the chat, they have a chat. So I asked him, you know, Assalamu alaikum. The website is to convert people to Islam. So I said, I have a question. I said, okay. I said, why the Prophet Muhammad kissed the black stone? Took the person on the other side 5 minutes, maybe he was making some phone calls. And then he answered me saying, because it is holy. And then I asked, why it's holy? Took him another 5 minutes, and he answered back, because the Prophet kissed it. Stupid Abdul. Why the Prophet? Why the Prophet kiss it? Because it's holy. Okay. Okay. Why it's holy? Because the Prophet kissed it. Which one come first? So Muhammad, he used to kiss his wife all over without mentioning where. Is that a holy Vagina too. So Abdul talking about paganism on all his religion about paganism. As-Safa, Al-Marwa, you know, everything, all the religion, everything on it. And Allah was the God of the pagans. You see that what the Muslim don't share with you, that Allah was the God of the pagan of Quraysh. He is their God. So when they say to you the people of Quraysh they were pagan, they are saying to you that Muhammad is pagan too, and his family are pagan too, and the Muslims until now they are pagan too, because the pagan here talking about they worship Allah. What is in our Christmas is pagan. Do we worship a tree? No. Do we believe if we touch a tree is going to, somebody will say to you there is in the old there is a religion, they decorate a tree and they but those they worship the tree. This is not what we are doing, you know. We don't believe that the tree is holy. Tree is a tradition and it's beautiful, it's lovely and bring joy, and all of us we love trees, but we don't kiss them, we don't worship them, we don't believe they forgive our sin, we don't pray for the tree. The Muslims are the religion of paganism. Like, you know, when you enter the bathroom, you have to enter with the left foot and you have to say a certain prayer, otherwise shaitan will enter into your anus. So which one you prefer, a Muslim? Somebody, he have a tree, he don't kiss it, he don't, you know, he just for decoration? Or you, each time you want to go to the bathroom, shaitan is playing with your anus. And let us be honest here, Muslims. How many of you never say the prayer before you enter the bathroom? Can you tell us your testimony about shaitan playing with your anus? So when a Muslim he speak about paganism, I say, look who is talking. The people who worship the man, his name is Mohammed. You know, the funny, they say to us that you worship a man. Okay, but for us, this man is God. We don't worship the, you know, God become a man, not the man become a God. But you Muslims, according to Islamic law, and you know I have degrees in Islamic law, if somebody insulted Allah, he will be given 3 days to repent. But if somebody insulted the faith in Muhammad, he have to be killed. No repentance. So which one is more important? Allah, he says something in the Quran, Muhammad says something else. Which one you follow? What Muhammad said. Even Muhammad, he fabricated verses, the whole Quran is a fabrication anyway, claiming that obeying him is obeying Allah. So obeying a man is obeying God. But isn't it every man is a sinner? You Muslims, you went so far to the point you have articles in the internet about the holy urine, the blessed urine of a Prophet Muhammad, the holy hair of a Prophet Muhammad. You drank his blood, you drank his piss, you fight over his boogers, and then they say to us we Christian worship a man. So let us make it clear, Muslims. The man you are talking about is the man who can resurrect people from death, the man who can control nature, the man who can forgive sin, the man who can command devil, not like your prophet says, Shaitan command me to do good. So the man you are talking about right now, even in your filthy cult, he is living in heaven, and your prophet is eaten by worms. I challenge you to open the grave of Muhammad and let us see what happened. In fact, I do not need to open it. I can show you a reference where Muhammad, when he died, in less than 3 days, his belly become like a pregnant woman delivering a baby. Is that right? Ibn Abbas, he said, you know what happened? The Muslims, I don't want to change my topic, but just to remind you of the scam of Muhammad. Muhammad, he told the Muslims that the prophets earth does not consume their bodies. So when he died, and he claimed that even when he is dead, the prayer of Muslims will not go to Allah, will go to Muhammad. Who's God here? And look what he claimed, this potato. They said to him, oh, our prayer, your prayer will display for me. He was asked, oh, Messenger of Allah, how will our blessing, by the way, there's nothing say blessing. It says our prayer, salat, salatuna. I mean, look how they lie. How blessing? You Muslim plus Muhammad, are you God? And do Muhammad in your blessing? I thought he is the highest between all mankind. Potatoes. I mean, I cannot find that one Muslim is not a potato. So, how our prayer will be displayed for you, to you, when you are, your decayed body will have mixed with the earth. Muhammad, he said, hold on, I did not tell you. Allah has forbidden the earth from consuming the body of the Prophet. So the Muslims, what happened? Muhammad, he died. They said to themselves, okay, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said that his body will not decay. Why we need to bury him? Leave him on the table. Huh? His body will not decay. So they left him in the table. First day, things getting stinky. Remember, in the same day when he died, the goat came in and she ate the Quran. You remember the hadith? The goat came inside his room. She flipped Muhammad from the top of the table, and she started. According to Muslims, this goat, by the way, is educated because she ate certain chapters of the Quran, not the whole Quran. She flipped pages. She did not even start from the beginning. She flip. Oh, this one I like it. I mean, this is how stupid they are. And what verses she ate? She ate the breastfeeding for adult, which I love it very much. My favorite. If that verse is still in the Quran, I will convert to Islam. I mean, have you ever heard of a God? He have verses commanding women to give their breast to a stranger. And why? Because that will make jealousy of the husband not exist no more. Really? So Muhammad here, he claimed that prophets, when they die, they will not be consumed. He make it clear. And then we find that the Muslim, they did not bury him for almost 3 days. Ibn Abbas, he said, bury your friends. Bury your friend, for he stink, as all human they stink. Is that right, Muslims? So that alone is enough to prove that Muhammad is stinky prophet, false prophet. Yeah, bury. And not only that, the different hadith says, قَدْ انثنى خُنْصُرَهُ, his fingers, like when a human being he die, his fingers will like shrink, like they bend down, and his nails, they will have a color on them. So the man is obviously getting stinky very much. And then Muslim believe in this. He just told them, my body will not be decay. Pray for me, pray on me. So when we talk about the Messiah, Abdul, we are celebrating Christmas of a person who is alive. And that person is the King of Kings, because all kings dies. All kings dies. All of them. except the King of Kings. Why he is the King of Kings? Because his authority is for eternity. If a king, he don't have authority forever, he is a temporary king. With the Messiah, he is the King of Kings, for his kingdom never die. And even when the Messiah was crucified, he said, I lay down myself. Nobody can take it from me. And then he said, you can destroy this temple and I can build it in 3 days. As a symbolic for the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. And then the Messiah come back from the tomb. He overcome death by his power to show us who is he. Not only he can resurrect people from death, but no death have power over him. This is why he is the King of Kings. A Muslim is a delusional person. He think he can overcome the Christians by killing, discriminating, and all the filth they do. But we are always going to be victorious because you have nothing and we have everything. Look at the Jews. A small tiny nation made you barbecue. Do you know why? Because God decided to protect them. For you are evil. And your evil is your enemy. You know, people, they slaughter sheep every day. Every day. Nobody slaughters dogs, but there's a lot more sheep than dogs. God is good. So is Jesus. Do we have any Muslim would like to join us and say to us Merry Christmas? The Muhammadan, they were afraid for their kids because many of their kids are leaving Islam. Since early age, they will be attached to Christmas. And ask me, I grew up in the Middle East. All Muslim kids used to come to my home to enjoy the time as kids. They have no joy in their religion. What they do in their religion when they have Eid, food. If a girl, she want to play with the swing, she have to wear 10 pants because the pervert Abdul, they will look at her panty even if she is 5 years old. Because remember, Muhammad himself, his wife was 6 years old. So you want to send your daughter to pray? You put the first pant, the second pant, then you put a belt. Then even they have in Yemen, they have a chastity belt because they will rape them. Can we even put a child in the lap of Muhammad? Like, you know, children, they take pictures with Santa Claus. The Muslim, they come with something new. Baba Muhammad. Huh? You have Baba Muhammad now? Seriously. Can we put a child in the lap of Muhammad to take a picture with Muhammad? Who is the Muslim he will trust? His baby daughter or son to sit in the lap of the pedophile Muhammad? Who? Princess Christine, she said, why do you block Muslims here? Not fair. Princess Christine, I don't know. You sound like you are Princess Muslima. First of all, each time I go live on air, people, they call me, and you can call me, and you are a stupid liar. So why I'm here? I'm asking Muslim to call me. Are you stupid or what? Which one is more sensitive, to call and people hear your voice and your say, or text terrorist? Why you are silly stupid? Go change your name. Call yourself Princess Lyrina. In fact, when a Muslim, they put something for me, especially in the comment, I even pin it, put it in the top in my channel. I don't delete it. I put it in the top. Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Sorry if I'm a bit out of breath. How are you, CP?
I'm fine.
I just wanted to be real quick and say Merry Christmas to you and everybody else here. And I want to say thank you for all that you do. About 2 years ago, I almost joined Islam, but thankfully listening to you and David Wood and a couple other channels, I learned the truth about it. And since then, I've investigated Christianity, and I've gotten saved and baptized, and I'm now a proud Christian.
Happy for you, my friend. God bless you, and we are happy to hear the good news about your change and your transformation into the right place. God bless you.
Thank you, brother. God bless.
Merry Christmas. Take care. V3, the mic is yours. Go ahead. All right, I don't know. He is not talking. Maybe he does not know how to use the mic. You have to push to talk. Zaidim, go ahead.
Shalom Aleichem, Prince.
Shalom.
I just wanted to chime in really quick and express gratitude. This is my first Christmas as a Christian, and it is a very different reality.
I mean, to that, what, can you explain to the audience what do you mean?
Yeah, so up until this point, the closest thing that I've experienced that compares to Christmas is Eid. And Eid, basically, you're either, first of all, they're celebrating the release of Shaitan from his chains, which is hilarious. And then the only gifting that takes place is if you're a child, you get handed $20, something to this effect. And that's the extent of it. If you're a grown person, the magic of Eid is behind you. You're expected to be the one that's giving the $20 after a certain point. There's nothing special about it. You go and do your morning prayer, and then more than likely you have work on that day, and you just go to work, and it's a regular day. You've already been spending 30 days consecutively feasting in the morning and in the evening. So the idea of like a Christmas feast or something becomes irrelevant because you've just spent the last month feasting. Then you have Eid al-Adha, which is the Eid that's supposed to remember the sacrifice of Abraham and between Abraham and his son, even though Muslims can't agree on which son the Quran commanded Abraham to sacrifice in the first place. And the most vivid memory I have of Eid al-Adha is animals being butchered in the streets, being bled out in the gutters. And then soon after they're done bleeding out, they hang them upside down and run the knife through their belly. And I got to witness from start to finish, from tripping the sheep on its side and bleeding out to it becoming pieces for distribution. And maybe one of the most traumatizing things to witness as a young person. So that was the closest thing I experienced to Christmas up until this point.
Yeah, and but what about the feeling? Like, you became a Christian, you left Islam. Sure. So like this is about like things people they practice, but I believe that there is something in Christmas as inside you feel different. Like this is what I'm not a kid, but when I was a kid, I mean Christmas is a crazy day for me. It's literally a crazy day for me. I got so excited like a month before, not at the day of the Christmas only. And you know, like everything in this day is very special. And then he will. My experience is, you are a new Christian. I am born in a Christian family, but as the Bible says, we have to be born again. So I grew up in a Christian house where the Bible is always around our hands, and I know everything about Jesus as a child. But what I know most about Jesus as a child, that he is a child with me. He is like, he is adult for the adult. He is a child for the child. He is wise for the most wise. He is the wisdom for the one who seek wisdom. So the unique thing about being a child as a Christian, you grow up with Jesus, but then you find still yourself not far away from him, because in your youth, the Messiah is with you. You are adult, the Messiah is with you, is talking to you. So in a Christianity, you will find that the Messiah, he accompany you in every step. But with Muhammad, what? Any believing woman, she offer herself to the Prophet so he can boom with her. What is this? What does this have to do with me? You know? What does this have to do with God? And then the Muslim, they go on TV and says, Prophet Muhammad, he suffered a lot. For what? He got nothing for himself. I mean, look at the hypocrite. The fifth of every spoil to him. It's like, from every 5 TV, one for me. You know? And from every $5, one to my pocket. And from every 5 women, one to my slaves. And any believing woman, she offer herself to the Prophet, so can he if her. Every Muslim can have 4 wives, but Prophet, he have unlimited. And then they say to you, what he got? He never asked for anything for himself. They offer him to be a king, he refused. What king, you idiot? First of all, this is fabricated story. Secondly, why he want to accept their offer if he is already controlling them? It's like the story.
He's deeper than a king. He's a god king.
Go ahead.
He's like Caesar. He's like a god king.
Exactly. Yeah. He want to sleep with them. He want to rape their women. And until now, the Muslim will say to you, I will sacrifice my mother and my father to you for the sake of your Prophet. Who is this guy? It's not for Allah, for Muhammad.
And evidence, when you make fun of Muhammad, they accuse you of blasphemy. Without realizing it, they tell on themselves that they've deified Muhammad.
Yeah, because he's God, you know.
Unreal.
He's God, absolutely.
The feeling that I have as a Christian in Christmas now is I feel like it's almost like being in a warm pool. You know, it's everywhere. However I move through my month, I feel the atmosphere. It's speaking to the birth of God, to the existence of God, to the church. The sense of communion within the church is most evident in this time of the year, and then it starts to resurface again as Easter starts to come up. So in that regard, both of those holidays are special to me.
Wonderful.
You know, there's people like Hamza, who is doing his live stream right now, and I was waiting in his in the back room that he would put me on so that I can challenge him, because he was essentially saying that the only thing that's good about Christmas is you have a day of gifts, and then between Christmas and the New Year's, you basically have existential crisis, nothing.
And what about, you ask him, do you mean dolls, like Aisha dolls?
Right. And someone right now, the funny thing is that when I was last in the room, there's someone who is agnostic who was in there with him, and he wanted Hamza to guide him to why Islam is the truth. And so they started discussing why do you think Islam is from the devil? And he goes, well, you know, I don't want to touch on any sensitive topics or hurt anyone's feelings, but this whole subject concerning child marriage is concerning to me. The next question that came out of Hamza's mouth is, define a child.
Define a child. You know, what about, tell this potato, by the way, those kids, they go and they debate everybody, but they don't dare to get close to me because they knew their size. He go to, what is guy, God Logic. I think he spoke to, He spoke to others, but to me, they don't dare to come here. You know, they will never dare to even say hello, because they knew their size. Like even this guy, he do not know that. Like I saw a video of him debating Apostle Prophet. What I noticed, by the way, that those people they debate only those who don't speak Arabic. The second they will find out that you speak Arabic, he will put his head in the sand and he will run. You know, because he will know how limited he is and how he is unable to answer anything. But anyway,
minions will see how limited he is. All of the people that kiss his ass and pay $10 for his school. Imagine learning Islam from an illiterate.
He's teaching people for $10.
Something like that. He has like a Hamza Academy, something like that through his YouTube.
I mean, these days, everybody, a person who have high nose, do he have high school?
You know, who needs high school when you have the Quran?
It's like Andrew Tate's, you know, university. I'm going to open a stable for those people, you know.
I'm like, you know, respectfully, tell me how a baby is formed in the womb, you know, and then tell me why there hasn't been a single Nobel Prize winner in the sciences from the Ummah for the last 500 years or something.
Oh no, there is. You know, Muhammad. First of all, you are mistaken. Muhammad is the one who noticed things nobody noticed. As an example, in astronomy, you know, Muhammad, he was able to discover something nobody saw. The moon split, you know, and but he forgot to mention who blew it again. And Muhammad in geography, geology, isn't it Muhammad is the one who discovered that the sun set in a spring of boiling water? I mean, come on. And
right.
Isn't it Muhammad who discovered that hail comes from mountains in heaven?
He's an astronomer. He's a doctor. He's such a good doctor that
Absolutely.
If the medicine doesn't work, it's your stomach that lies.
I know somebody. He's a doctor. He's a Middle Eastern doctor. You know, people they go to his clinic. It doesn't matter what is your disease. He give you the same bills. So like people they start talking like two women meet. They didn't know each other. Oh, I have blood pressure, etc. I went to this doctor. The other woman, she say, I went there. I have a different problem. What medicine he gave you? He's giving everybody the same medicine. It turned to be that this guy, he have an agreement with the pharmacy to sell this medicine.
Amazing.
So he gave this medicine to and Muhammad is the same. You remember the story when the guy, he came, he says, my brother, he have a pain in his stomach. He told him, drink honey. I mean, okay, the guy, and then the guy, he came back. He says, getting more sick. He said, I told you to drink honey. The guy came third time. He said, getting more sick. The guy is dying. I told you to drink honey. And then I think the fourth time or third time, he told him, your brother's stomach is lying and Allah told the truth. So you are talking about Dr. Muhammad. So if Muhammad became a doctor, he do not know how to read, how to write, according to Muslims. So why Hamza, who sell panties, is that his business? He sell women clothing?
Yeah,
okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I can tell that he is not interested in women. From all the business in the world.
He sells hijab for the Sion.
Okay. Decency. All right. Well, if you are going to be speaking to him soon, tell him, Christian Prince, he accused you to be a coward. If you dare to bring a team with you to debate him, if you dare.
No, this is what they call career jihad or career suicide.
Yeah, exactly. But they will debate somebody who don't know much, you know. And if they knew about you already, you have a reputation that they knew, like you have a good knowledge. They will not let you talk to them too. You know, they will avoid you. But if you are not known yet, they can make a mistake and speak to you.
Well, you know, my mistake was he asked me, what are you? And I made the mistake of calling myself a Sunni Christian. And that was the end of the conversation. He knew what was coming immediately.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck with you. Well, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for being here. And Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Merry Christmas. God bless you and yours. Shalom.
Take care. Bye-bye. V3.
Hello, can you hear me?
I do. Go ahead.
Okay, so I need help.
All right.
Because I'm currently Muslim, but I'm planning on leaving Islam, and it's actually because of you. But I was planning on being agnostic, right? But Christianity has been Christianity is interesting to me right now. But I want to. Why should I become a Christian? Why is Christian the truth?
You know, I don't believe in the word should, you know. Should is somebody like, it's like you are forcing yourself into something, you know. Christianity is not about you have to, but about you love to. So if you find that you are converting to Christianity because of a benefit, which means you have to, of the benefit, then you are no Christian. But if you love to, that means you are not seeking a benefit, you are not seeking a return, you love to be with the Lord, and this is what makes you become a Christian. So the question is wrong, because you should not be Christian based on...
I mean, I would love to become Christian, but there are so many religions.
Well,
so I don't know. I'm just lost.
Yeah, Christianity is not a religion. This is number one. Because religion is a bunch of people believe in something. It doesn't matter what it is a religion. Like people believe in a rock. You know, Muslim kiss black stone. This is a religion. Believe in a rock. So the religion is a you know, even communists, even the atheists who don't believe in God is a religion. A group of people believe in something. In the case of the atheist, they believe in not to believe in God. This is the religion. So religion is about a group of people believe in something. Christianity is different. In Christianity, you are an individual and your life is connected to God individually. Now, you will be part of a group later when you call yourself a Christian, yes, but still, your relationship with God is an individual relationship. So you are not part of a religion. Instead, you are a part of a family. The second you believe in Christ, you are considered to be a child of God, which means God, He know you by your name. God, He call you by your name, and God consider you as His own child. You know, He will care for you. He will watch over you. So, in Christianity, we are not seeking Christ because of reward, even though we will have a reward. The reward for sure will be in heaven. But we are not seeking, not just because I want to save myself, I don't want to go to hell, I will believe in Jesus. No. But because Jesus, He make my life better. He make me a better person. He make me a successful person with my family. A person who know Christ. He will have a way different lifestyle. Because the second you become a Christian, you are out of your hate. Many of us, we spend our life, we are captured by hate. Somebody hurt you. Somebody did something to you. That's it. You cannot forgive. You know, you cannot get out of it. Even maybe your parents one day, they were not nice to you. Your brother, your sister, you know, your wife, she did something. So you will be always captured. Your hand is cuffed because you cannot get out of what happened. In Christ, you will be released from your hatred. Another way I found that Christ, not only He teach me, but He make me new how to be a new person. This is why we Christians, we say when we believe, we become born again. Even though we are not going to go inside our mother womb and come back. Born again because you will be a new person. You see, the same image I see, if we have, you know, if we put a picture in a room, and the picture have some maybe dogs, trees, cow, whatever, you know, people, and then we ask each one of us to describe this picture. You will be surprised. Let us say we have 30 people. You will be surprised that each one of them, he described the picture differently, even though we are looking at the same exact picture. The reason for that, each one of them, he have different interest. One, he see the birds. He like birds. He did not notice the cow. One, he saw a child because he liked children. He found them, you know, Lovely. He wished to have children, maybe. Other person, he was astonished with the sunset. Other person with the water in the scenery. So each one of us, we have different description for the same exact image. With the Christ, he will make you see the image as it is. Nothing is missing. You will see the child, you will see the cat, you will see the cow, you will see the rain, you will see the water, you will see the cloud, you will see the trees. Because when your heart is clear, your vision is clear. All the cloud is gone. When you have too many cloud and too many worry, your worry will blind you. So if I go and I'm hungry and now I do shopping, I will buy anything to eat because I'm hungry. If I am starving for water, thirsty in the desert, any water, even if it look brown, I will drink it because I'm so thirsty. With the Christ, your vision will be clear, your life will change, and you will not know what I'm talking about until you live it yourself. So when you accept Christ, you will see that images you used to see around you will look different. People, you know them, they will look different. You will treat them different. You will look at them in different way, and you will be a different person, even though it is the same you. Your skin, your blood, your hair, your eyes, nothing changed. What it changed is the spirit within you. How you see things, how you think about it. Like a Muslim or somebody convert to Islam. The second he convert to Islam, he become a terrorist. He's angry. He want to kill people. Then we bring somebody, he used to be a terrorist. He convert to Christianity. He becomes so peaceful. And we have many examples, like the son of the founder of Hamas, Musab, from a son of a terrorist organization, big organization of terrorism, the founder of it, to Christianity. The person is totally new. Before he became a Christian, he used to look at the Jews, he want to kill every single Jew. He become a Christian, he don't want to kill the Jews. What happened? The Jews are the Jews, nothing changed. The neighbors are the neighbors, nothing changed. What it changed is that he see things differently. And for him, okay, he's a Palestinian, he's a Muslim, his father is a terrorist, he wasn't a terrorist too. And I just changed my belief in from Muhammad to Jesus, and suddenly I want to help, to stop war. Suddenly I'm calling the Jews, says, hey, somebody want to put a bomb in the bus station. Be aware. Why I'm doing that? Am I betraying my people? What happened, he see the image now differently, that those Muslims are driven by hatred. It's not a fight over land, it's a fight based on hatred. Muhammad told them you have to kill every Jew. You have to kill the Christians. When he's a Christian...
Did he really say that? Did he really say that? That you have to kill all the Jews and all the Christians?
Absolutely. Chapter 9, verse 29.
Can you show me?
Sure. Muhammad
because I do not know a lot about the Quran.
Muhammad said, you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right.
I do not know Arabic.
The only way, no problem, we will show you translation. The only way for a Christian or a Jew to live, if he pay money and live subdued. Chapter 9, verse 29, it's in front of you. The word here, fight, is not fight by rocks or stick. The word fight here coming from the word qatilu, which is the word qatala, which means kill. Kill those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor forbid what have been forbidden by Allah and His Messenger, and those who acknowledge the truth, which means Islam. So anyone don't believe Islam, kill him.
Now see, that's why I want to leave Islam, right? Because it's not peaceful, not unlike Christianity.
It's not only about peaceful here, it's about you see, war can be justified. Can be justified. Like if somebody come into my house to kill me, to rape my wife, I will shoot him. I don't have to be peaceful no more. So here he is saying to you why he want to kill them. He did not do anything, just because they don't believe in Allah, they don't believe in Muhammad, they don't believe in Islam. Kill them. However, if they pay money and live like dogs under our feet, let them live, so we can make money from them. And here alone, by the way, you can see that Muhammad is favoring money over his God. A second ago, he want to kill them. But if you pay me money, okay, you want to kill me, why? I don't believe in Allah. Okay, so the one who don't believe in Allah, you are doing jihad against him. Because this is wrong, right? Absolutely wrong. You cannot do that. Okay, but how come if I pay you money, I can still not believe in Allah? You see? Either you are killing me because I'm a pure evil by not believing in Allah, and I shall not be forgiven, but the second I pay you money, I can still worship Jesus and I don't believe in Allah, and it's okay. It's like, you know, somebody, an officer in a government, a police officer, he stopped you. You broke the, you know, the red light. He chased you, stop you. Sir, what I did? You crossed during the red light. I have to suspend you now. I have to take you to jail. But if you pay me, no problem. That is Muhammad. If he is sincere, and really he want to kill because he want to defend his God, why you accept money and still we don't believe in your God? Because simply he's a fraud.
But can you describe what hell is like in Christianity, please?
Can you get what?
Describe hell in Christianity. What does it look like? Is it eternal hellfire, or what is it? Because
Hell,
in Islam, it's...
First of all, hell. In Islam, there is no hell. Muhammad is trying to steal the word from the Bible, like the word Jahannam is not from, you know, from Islam. This is taken from the Jews. And Jahannam, Jahannam, is a place where the Jews, or the Roman, used to crucify people, and there is always, and they burn garbage there. Always there is fire, because they burn. It's like a recycle place. Like now we have garbage, we burn it. So this is the word Muhammad, he took it with his Quran. However, hell in Christianity is you being out of mercy of God, which means you are not protected, which means you are in hell already, even before you go to hell. So if now I leave Jesus and I don't believe in Jesus, the second I do that, I am living in hell, for I'm left alone. So being away from God, you are by your own, and that is hell for us as a Christians. And
now, is it forever?
And there is the hell, which is an after death. This is a different story, where you will be sent to hell. You know, I'm not going to describe for you hell. I will ask Muhammad to call me one day and tell me how it looked like. However, it's for sure it's not a pleasant place for anyone to be, because you will you know, like, you know, when a human being he live in a place, I will make it even look like heaven. Let us say I put you in an island. It's so beautiful, trees, fruits, it's a garden, like the garden of Adam and Eve. But you decide in the garden of Adam and Eve to disobey God. Already you are at hell, because now you are by your own. Everything being given to you will be taken away. And the first one is protection. And the first protection God he offer is a protection for your soul, because the body is not important. The body is dust. From dust to dust you go. But your soul will live for eternity in suffering. So this is what hell in Christianity. Your soul is going to be suffering for eternity. And to describe the suffering of hell, it's impossible unless I go there. But I don't think so. But I can tell you that a soul of a human being who live in this earth, and he feel that he have nothing. He feel he have no love. He feel that everybody hate him. He feel that he is like a wolf between wolves. He is already living in hell. So hell is where you alone, without God mercy, God protection, God love to you. You decide to be selfish, you decide to be your own king, and you decide to make your own decision and not to take the advice of God. That is hell. So you choose which one you want to belong to. With Christ, you are given the chance to fight the temptation of hell, because hell is a temptation. Many things tempt us to go to hell. Money, drugs, sex, all of those are temptation to take us to hell. Selfishness, worshiping yourself, killing others, rape, all those things we do. Why human being want to do it anyway? Why the reason of a human being want to rape a woman? Because simply he decide to be evil. And the second you are evil, you are at hell. You do not need to wait until you die to be at hell. You are already experiencing hell. Because hell is you live like a very wicked creature. And your wickedness will be your punishment.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? You agree with me that God knows everything.
Yeah, God knows everything doesn't mean anything except knowledge. God, he gave you free will. So God...
Okay, but if God knows everything, he doesn't know who will end up in hell. So what is the point of testing?
No, it's not about knowing.
Because
it's about... No, this is not about testing too. This is not testing. You see, I give you... I let you in the highway. And in the highway, there's many exits. One says heaven, one says hell, one says fire, one says water. You choose hell. So God knowing, like he can see what I cannot see now, doesn't change anything. He gave you free will. So free will in Christianity is granted for every one of us. We take the exit we wish. This is not about knowing, and this is not about testing. It's about you are given your opportunity. God was not testing Adam. It wasn't a test. It was just the first law is given to Adam. Don't do this. That's all. Just don't do it. Adam, he knew that God is God. Adam, he knew that he is given opportunity. Adam decided, even though he knew, to disobey. It wasn't a test. It was a failure with the greed. Your greed is your enemy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it does not make sense. Like, imagine, and just imagine, I'm not saying, just imagine yourself being God and creating humans. Why would you put your own creation in hell for eternal? Like, it does not make sense. It's cruel because...
No, he did not put you in hell. You see, you are not listening. I just said he put you in the highway. And in the highway, there's exits. There's one exit says heaven, there's exit says hell. You decide to go to hell. He did not put you there.
No, I'm not saying he put, but he knows how it will end up. He knows.
It doesn't matter, but he did not force it on you. He gave you two options. The only enforcement he have for you is there's two options, there's no third. Either here or there. You choose there. Why you cry? It was your choice. If you don't act wicked, if you don't harm, you harm people, you decide to harm even yourself. So your wickedness is the one who made the decision, not God. God never sent people to hell. People send people to hell. They send themselves to hell. So now, why the police will come to my house to arrest me if I do nothing? They will not. They come to me because I did something. So now I can blame the police. We know that the one who broke the law will go to jail. Okay, we know. So now I'm like God. I know if I break the law, I am going to go to jail. I know if I rape a woman, I will spend the rest of my life inside the prison. Why do it? So I know the law, I know the penalty, I know the exit, I know the entrance. And what I do it. So I am fully aware, and I do still what I should not do. And then what we do, we blame God. He says, why God doing this? It's you did it to yourself.
Okay, I understand. But I have another question.
All right.
Okay, so look, imagine someone who lived a sinless life. I mean, someone who was very kind to other people, generous and stuff. Like he lived just like a Christian, but he never accepted Jesus as his Lord and Savior. Does he go to hell?
You know, here, you see, you are saying he is very nice, right? But, okay, you are very nice, but you refuse to accept me. I'm the one who owned the house. Why I will let you get in? You refuse me. This is a sin by itself. So you think you did not commit sin, but you made the biggest sin. You refuse to accept the owner of the house. Why he will let you get in? It was your decision too. So I'm nice. I did not kill people. I am not, etc. You know, for us, we know that every human being is a sinner. During our lifetime, we hurt a lot of people, either by our mouth or by things we do. So thinking that there is somebody is so nice, that's a delusion. Never exists, because all of us, we do bad, all of us. So this is number one. There's no one is good. The Bible confirmed that. Only God is good. Next, the second issue, if the owner of the palace, I don't even acknowledge him, why in the world I want him to have me in his palace? Why you want to do that? So it was your choice again. So I blame him for not accepting me because I reject him? That's not fair. Oh, what he's asking for? He said,
you're actually giving very good answers. I've never received satisfying answers.
Yeah, the Messiah, he said, knock at my door, I will open for you. That's it. He did not ask you for much. You see, Christ is not asking you to bow down 5 times a day, 6 times a day, you know, wake up in the morning and start, you know, Allahu Akbar, and do it, ritual. Christ, don't survive because of your prayer. Christ, he loves you. He loves to be in contact with you. You pray to him anytime you want. And when you pray, he don't like you to pray in the corner like the hypocrite. He says you go to your closet. Muhammad, he said, if you don't commit sin, speaking to Muslims, if you don't commit sin, Allah will destroy you. And he will bring you or replace you with people who commit sin. Why? It doesn't make sense. Why does God, when I bring somebody who commits sin, and destroy the one who never commits sin? The answer is very simple. The God of Muhammad is Satan. Or what he cared for.
Why do you say that?
What?
How is it Satan?
Why I want to punish you? You believe in me. You worship me. Let's say I'm Allah. You pray to me, you worship me. Okay. But you don't commit sin. Why would I destroy you? What you did wrong? Nothing. So the God of Islam is going to destroy you because you did not do wrong. But this is against the logic of justice. Because simply, justice means you do wrong, you get punished. Only when you do wrong. Why Allah will punish me for not doing wrong? So simply, Muhammad is mentally ill. You do nothing wrong, Allah is angry. Allah is a fiction God who is, I mean, there is a name for this in English. I'm not sure what the word I would use. Like somebody is mentally ill, sick. He like to torture people for no reason. So I don't know if you can see my screen. Why
I can
Allah
see,
wanna,
I can see.
why Allah want to do that? It doesn't make sense. You don't do anything. Those are Muslims, believe in Allah. Muhammad saying to them, I swear by Allah, if you don't commit sin, Allah will destroy you and replace you with people commit sin and seek forgiveness. So all what Allah want, He want people to beg Him, please forgive us, please, please forgive us. He's mentally ill, psycho. He want people to beg Him. This is the purpose of creating you in Islam. In Christianity, no. In Christianity, Jesus will never say, if you don't commit sin, I will destroy you. In Christianity, the people of Noah have been destroyed because of sin, not the opposite. Muhammad is told the same story of Noah. He put it in his Quran. So why you destroy them in the story of Noah? Oh, because they did not ask for forgiveness. So the whole point is to ask for forgiveness. Committing sin is not a problem for Allah. So being wicked in Islam is the right way to live. Do your wickedness, and at the end of the day, say, I seek forgiveness from Allah. Allah is happy with you. That is a wicked religion.
Okay, yeah, I see. But okay, I have so many more questions, but I see people are waiting, so I'm not sure. But one last question, right? So if you look around the world, you see there's so much cruelty, lots of kids dying, people getting tortured and stuff, right? So why does God allow that?
Well, God allowed me to kill you, if you want to think about it this way. But the fact, no, He did not allow me to kill you. No, He never allowed me to kill you. But you can say, well, because He's not intervening, right? Well, this is this.
Yeah, why does He not intervene?
Why?
Like so many kids are dying.
Why He will? Why He will? You see, every human being was going to pay for his crimes, and those who are the victims, if the one who deserves to go to heaven, he will go to heaven. So don't worry about it. People, they suffer. This is the land of suffering. This is not heaven. We are not in heaven. So God, He gave us a free will. So each one of us can show his real color. The one who is evil, he is evil, and the one who is good, he do good. The one who rape children, he will be punished. The one who rape women, he will be punished. The one who steal, the one who scam, everyone, he will receive his punishment. God will intervene in the day of judgment. That is the Messiah, when He judge everybody for what he have done. You will not be taken to court before you commit the crime, because this is not justice. You will be taken to court after you commit the crime. So God, the Bible says, the sun will rise upon the bad and the good. Both will get the benefit of the sun. So God created the sun for everybody. But there's bad people. Why God will let the people enjoy the warm sun? It's for everybody, the bad and the good. But at the end of the day, the bad will go to hell, as you asked me about hell. In fact, already those people who they are doing this, they are living in hell. They are wicked. A person who is wicked, my friend, he have zero comfort in his heart, because he don't see the word the same a person who is not wicked see it. Already he is at hell. So if you think God, He left people alone, He did not. He just give you a break, go play outside. What for us is 1,000 a year, for God the time mean nothing. It's like a blink of an eye. So people will pay. Everyone will pay.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Christian Prince.
So you decide to leave Islam, my friend?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I'm thinking about leaving Islam. I told you I'm leaving Islam, but I'm going to read the Bible first, and I will come next time with many more questions. And if I like, if the Bible, if I believe in the Bible, then I will become Christian.
All right. Well, I will wish you a good luck, and I will pray for you.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Bye.
Take care.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Bohes, go ahead.
Hello, JP. Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, let me know if you don't hear me well. Yes, more like looking for some answers from you.
All right.
I'm a Muslim, but I wouldn't call me a Muslim really because I've been lately, like been reading some of the stuffs, like making my own understanding. So I have two questions. It's one regarding Islam. I just need a clarification from you
Sure.
because I've been trying to talk to, like these Dawah groups, but I really never get an answer. So there's one thing, and the second question is regarding Bible.
All right.
So yeah,
Go ahead.
say if you have a time to it.
Sure, sure.
Thank you. I can just give you one of the hadiths,
All right.
just so you can have it. It's Sahih Muslim 1438.
All right. I know it. Okay, go ahead. What about it?
Yeah. The reason is why I put it up because for me as a Muslim, slavery have been a big decision making for me. Like that's what have been disturbing a lot, and I've been like working on it, trying to understand, and also comparing to the Bible. I think I talked to God Logic some few weeks before, and he clarified some of the things for me from the Bible because I wanted to understand from him what Bible shows when it comes to slavery. So if you have this hadith in front of you.
Yeah, what about it? I know it. I do not need to wait in front of me. But
yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah, I want to try to show them that from my understanding, this hadith together with others, that usually slavery in Islam, they sees this woman as a sex slaves. And when I was in talk with them, they wanted to, they always use this argument, bring me your claims. So I showed them this hadith and a couple of more, especially why.
Just to confirm the hadith number you are talking about, give me the number again.
It's Muslim 1438.
1433. Okay, I got you wrong. Okay.
No, 1438. 1438.
1438.
Yes.
Okay. Because I heard you saying because I know the hadith you are talking about. All right. So that's the book of the nikah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Because
this is about Bani al-Mustaliq. All right.
Yeah. Right. So there's a sentence where like these Arab men, they were like suffering from the absence of their wives, and that was they wanted to have sexual intercourse with like these female slaves.
Yeah.
And especially like how to have sex with them. I don't know if you have it in front of you because I'm not in live in YouTube.
Yeah.
So can you clarify for me, like how do you understand this hadith? Because what they told me that this is a practice of all, like people used to practice this because there's one more hadith like 1439. So they told me this is not regarding like, from my understanding, they don't see it like a sex slave. They say this is like a practice because you don't want someone to get pregnant. So this is not
no, this is false. First of all, those are captive, correct? Those are captive, and those captive, they are already married. So what do you want to make them pregnant? What are you talking about? If you go in the Quran, like if you go, let's see the Arabic first. Here it says, they were saying that they went to do an attack on Bani al-Mustaliq, etc., and blah blah blah, and then the Prophet, he was mentioned يذكر العزل فقلت نعم غدونا الرسول. Okay.
Because you see what I find from this, because you even know why they don't want this woman to get pregnant, because there's a different hadith that you're not allowed to have intercourse with this woman. Either they are pregnant or it has like the one period of menstruation.
Like, you mean the woman, she is already pregnant?
No, there's a different hadith. If you remember, like what is the rule when you're gonna have intercourse with this captives? There's a rule like
you see here they wanna it says in Arabic, we have a desire to nastamta. They wanna just have a sexual joy. All right. So here,
yes,
this is about having sexual joy, And in the same time, they are asking him if we can, like, you know, the same as you are wearing a condom, like you don't,
Yeah.
you know, you don't want to get your semen inside the women. So they are saying, can we do that? Can we have sex with them, and we don't get our semen inside them, which means they will not have babies? He said, do only what Allah allow you to do. All right, because every soul is exist in like enter the time of judgment, which is doesn't make sense. So do what Allah asks you to do. For every soul that will be born is. So he's saying to them, don't worry about not having your semen inside them, because they will not be created unless they are going. Allah made a decision to be created, which is false.
Yes. Yes, that's what.
But this is not really what the Muslim they say to you, because if you go in the Quran, this is about those women are married. Those women, or most of them, they are married.
Yeah, you mean verse 424, right?
Yeah. So in the Quran, it's mentioned that those women, like, it's forbidden for you, married women, except the one you capture. So here, the men, they want to have sex, but they are asking, is it okay to have orgasm inside those women, or we can do it, you know, in different way? So Muhammad said to them, don't worry, because a baby will not be born unless it's Allah will. But all of it is about what? About raping women who they are not their women. Even you will notice in the other hadith where they say to Muhammad that those women, we know their husbands.
Yeah.
We know their husband.
It was a battle
even
of
their
Ahmed.
husband is our friends. How we can rape them? He said, so what? Do it. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, so that way, yeah, so that's like have been bothering me, and I have been talking to them. But you know by yourself, they're not really so truthful when it comes to difference. Because that was one of the hadith. I would like to you explain and you understand it as I understand.
And those Bani al-Mustaliq, you know, those people, they never fought Muhammad. He attacked them just to steal their money and their animals. They never have war with Muhammad. You know, Muhammad, he just attacked them. Even the hadith says, when he attacked them, they were unaware of any movement, of any army, of any movement, and they attack just for the sake of, you know, for the money. Yeah.
Is there any hadith which you can show me? You know, because the thing is, last time when I talked to them, they told me none of these hadiths which I bring up, they use it like more like a silence of argument, because it's not. They never show like a consent, like, you know, rape, anything like that. But I told them it's never can be found, because then it wouldn't be a religion. But I don't know. Do you know some of the hadith which like you can clarify or something like, okay, this is like a crystal clear in front of you, like what they're speaking about?
Well, you know, the hadith, it says clearly that those people, they are not aware of any enemy coming to attack them. They are peaceful. They are doing nothing wrong. And Muhammad, he came to them, as you see in this hadith here. They were just doing their life, feeding the animals, watering the animals. Muhammad, he attacked them. He killed the men. He took the women. For what? Just because he want to steal. He's a thief. Otherwise, why? Did Muhammad send in even a warning, says convert to Islam or I will kill you? No, he just he want to take the women. And then the one of the women he took, you know, he.
Jubaria, yeah, they told me that because of her, they release all of the people. So it cannot be just.
No, this is a lie. You know, this Muhammad is an evil person. They said to you because of her. This is not true. Muhammad, he heard. You see, those Arab, they are Bedouin. They are tribes. So they have tribes have relationship with other tribes. So if I marry my son to a daughter of leader of other tribes, so now we became relative. So when he attacked them, Muhammad, he learned that other tribes are preparing to take revenge, especially from the side, it says أخوالهم, from the side of the mothers of those people. So Muhammad, to avoid that, he told them, okay, you know what, you are a slave no more. So the problem is solved. So he heard that they are preparing to attack him, not because he's a nice person, not because he married a woman. Already he killed a lot of men. Look how many men he killed. He killed all the men who tried to defend, and he took all the women and children and the animals as slaves and property. But when he heard, this is why you ask a Muslim, why Muhammad he have all this number of wives? They say what? To spread Islam, to establish the state.
Yes.
So Muhammad was doing politics, and his politics is not based on ethic. So if he released somebody because he's afraid, if he kills somebody because he is strong and that person is weak, when he feels that the other person is getting stronger, he do anything to avoid it. Even when he married daughter of Abu Bakr, it was for business. Why Umar? For business. Those are men, he need their support. So to make them, to assure them that we are family, so we stand together, he married their daughters. And then he offered his daughters to them. Like Muhammad, he offered Abu Bakr and Umar. They even asked for the hand of Fatima, both of them. Both of them. They want to marry Fatima. How you married their daughter and you marry your daughter to them? How that work? I marry your daughter, you marry my daughter. The reason for that, Fatima is not his daughter anyway. This is other proof that Fatima is not Muhammad's daughter. And actually, when he sent his daughter to Umar, he left up her skirt to see her vagina, to see if it looked nice or not.
Yeah, I remember you have showed me that once. Yeah, you see, I have been following you and also doing my research on own. The thing is, one of the hadiths which they always bring in comparison to this, you also know maybe, but I can show it. It's, I think it's Muslim 1657. They always use that, like, you're not allowed to hit or slap your slave. That was, they use that as an argument that
no, there's
in this case
no, this is not true about you're not allowed to hit a slave. That's false. In fact, Muhammad, he says, the one of you, he beat his wife as if he beat a slave. So how you cannot beat a slave? If you can beat even your wife, how in the world you can't be a slave?
Could you show me this hadith, the one you told me right now? This, the last one?
About what?
You told me, like, you're allowed to hit your wife as your slave.
All right.
This one. It's because only, like, so I have a collection of hadith which are doubtful.
He was saying to them, when you beat your wife, you are beating her the same as you beat a slave. Is that because they're allowed to be slave? Yeah. Because simply they are allowed to be the slave. Let us see here. I'm just trying to find the hadith in English. All right.
So yeah, at the time I can tell you what. So my thing is, like, this past year I've been like working too much, and at the same time I'm reading Bible, but I'm not really convinced. So is there anything you could help me with? I will show you one of the point which stopping me like believing 200, and we can go there later. But is it something you could tell me, like, how to come over this hurdle? Like, not being still convinced.
I'm not sure what you can you say again?
You know, I told you, like, I'm a Muslim, so, but I'm thinking to change, or like I'm working more like to Christianity, but I'm still not convinced. You know, I've been reading the Bible, and I've also watched some of these visions.
What
You
is
know,
not convincing for you?
yeah, we can go there. So I'll tell you there, like, two, three things which, like, I need to understand better before I can make my mind.
Yeah, but what is not convincing?
Yeah, it's I can show you. I think you know already this when it's come to the First John 5:7-8. You know the background. They call it Johannin coma in English. I believe
You say John what?
it's First John 5:7.
First John. For some reason, I have difficulty to understand what you are saying. First John.
First John verse 5. No, First John 5:7. I think.
Okay. What about it?
Yeah. What I understand, there is adding of words like late in 15th century. I can make it simple. How can I believe that Bible? Like, how should I approach Bible? Because you know, like Muslims, we have this approach that Quran is not changed; it's Word of God. For me, how to know that Bible is Word of God? So one of the reason this First John, what I understand, there was they add some words to it on late 15th century.
Who is the one who said they add to it?
But it is a this edition come later because it was not found on the early because when I like do Google and everything, there's not like this words was not found before.
My friend, the Bible is spread around the world in many locations. So
Yeah.
There is a new translation. It's called the new NVI translation.
Yeah.
Many Christians reject it because they notice the translation not accurate, or even some verses are missing. But that not because that the Bible is being changed. This is a wrong book, wrong translation. The one who did the job, he did not do a good job. Saying that the Bible is missing verses, those verses are always exist. Always there exist.
But you know,
and let us say,
for the sake of argument,
let us say the First John, all of it is gone, and we cannot find even one word of it. Let us say, for the sake of that will not change anything. If all the chapter, not only verse, the First John, not only 5, 4, 3, all of them, they are gone. What that will change in the Bible? Nothing. Are we as a Christian, we believe in Jesus because of First John?
No. But what from my you have to
the preservation, my friend, the preservation of the Bible. The word preservation is a kind of let us say funny word, because the preservation of Christ words is based on Christ, not based on a book. To make it simple for you, which one exists first, Christ or the Bible?
Christ.
Okay.
Of course.
Christ never wrote a book. Does that mean the word of Christ does not exist?
No, because the writing is it's a part of, like, it's something coming from the Christ.
The writing is to follow, because people don't live forever, correct?
Yeah.
But the Messiah says, the earth and the heaven will be destroyed, but my word will not. So the preservation of the Bible is by promise of the Messiah, not the promise of John, or the promise of Peter, or the promise of any human being. So God himself, he preserved his teaching. And let us say, for the sake of argument, John did not write anything. Paul did not write anything. Luke, Mark, all of them did not write anything. Do you think we will not know about the teaching of Christ? We will. Because what the book does is instead of you memorizing the story, giving it to generation after generation, it's just writing it on a page to make it easier to transform. So writing a book is not necessarily the way to preserve teaching of God. But okay, the Muslim, they say Adam, he was a prophet, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the book of Adam? Did Adam write a book to his people? Never. So what Adam was doing?
But we have a scripture, like if you go by we have Quran, which it necessarily don't mean like all of the prophets have a book, but we have a scripture which confirm these stories. So
no, we're not talking about confirming the story. First of all, why you want to confirm the story? There's no writing can confirm a story. Your story is confirmed by faith, not by confirmation. Because if I write a story in a book, does not make it confirmed. So if the Quran write the story of Adam and Eve, even though he never mentioned Eve, that does not confirm the story. It's a story already known. So he's not confirming it because simply people believe in it. The confirmation is useless. I can confirm, like you look what you are asking for. You are asking for the proof of preservation. What is the proof of preservation of Muhammad's story about what happened to Adam? Did he take it from Adam? No. Okay. What is the proof of the Quran story about Musa? Did he take it from Musa? No. Did Muhammad witness Musa? No. So where his confirmation come from? Nobody. No witnesses. No book. No witnesses. No reference. Nothing. And Muslims don't complain. So when you say preservation, confirmation, it's a joke. So for me,
so how should I approach the Bible? So that's what I'm asking. So how should
the Bible, my friend, you know Christ by your heart before the book. In other way, if I have no book to read for you right now, I don't have a single page from the Bible. I say to you that there is a person, his name is the Messiah, and I quote for you some of what I know, not everything. You see, in fact, the disciple did not write everything. The Bible says, in John he said, that if we write down all the miracle Jesus did, there's no books can hold it or write it, like no books in the world can be enough. So obviously what Jesus did is way more. So if we are talking about preservation, everything, that is a lie. If we are talking about the message, preservation, that is a truth. So what the disciple, like me and you now, we are talking for the last 30 minutes. If we want to put those in pages, how many pages will we do? Many pages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine if they are writing every word they said. The Bible will be like, there's not even a 100 truck can carry it. So when somebody say the preservation in the way of a preservation of everything being said is a fool. What the Bible is saying us is what, let us say, the most important event of the life of Jesus. Not everything Jesus did. So when the Bible says nobody can count the miracle of Jesus, no, because simply they are endless. Nobody can write them down because they are endless. Okay, if we cannot write, if we spend our life to write what Jesus said and what Jesus did, what's the point of that? The point of the book is to deliver the message about who is Jesus and what he came for. This is why you see in the book of John, right away he says, in the beginning it was the Word. Okay, what does have to do with Jesus? Did Jesus say that? Is that Jesus saying? Okay, so John is giving you introduction of who is the Messiah. This is the purpose of the book. The preservation of the Bible is preservation of the message and the meaning, not preservation of every word being said or every act have been happening. Muslims, they have a very weird understanding of what preservation means. The Quran itself.
No, that comes because of it's because if the word of the God, it's not something my words. It's the word of God it cannot be changed. So that was I had that understanding when I approached Bible. If it's the word of God, so there cannot be like yeah, as I show you with the John, I can understand if the words like are added later. So that was I wanted to ask, like if it's the same understanding or should I approach it at the same, yeah, with the same glasses.
Sorry again. What the last thing you said?
I wanted to ask, like if I should approach Bible with the same glasses, like look it in the same ways, because I believe Bible is a word of God, and
You
that
see,
was if they are like
when we say
added,
even Muslims do not understand what word of God mean. When we say the word of God, there's word said by men and there's words said by God. Muslims, I don't want to insult you, but Muslims are stupid. So when the ant she said to Suleiman, or the Suleiman he said to the ant, is that the word of God?
it can be a word of God, because
No, it's not.
God is telling,
No, it's not the
the
word of
story.
God. No, God telling me what they say. This is not the word of God. That is a newspaper reporting what happened. The word of God is when God speak. So the word of God is used as generic for anything written in this book, but not everything written in this book is the word of God. So when Satan he speak, this is word of God. When Satan he say to Allah, why I will bow down to, this is the word of God? How is that?
No, from my understanding, it's because it's God who dictate these stories. That was
No, my
the
friend.
word of, because you understand.
Dictate. No, he's not dictating. First of all, he's supposedly reporting what happened. Funny conversation. So this is not dictating, because dictating is you making the story. Is Allah dictating the story, making a story? He's the author, or he is just quoting what they said? If I am quoting, I am not the one dictating anything. My book, I have many books. So when I say Muhammad said, I'm dictating? No. I just told you what Muhammad said. That's all. It's not even my word. So the Muslim, when they speak about preservation, first, the Quran is not never preserved. You know, we have, like Aisha, she said, the chapter of Al-Ahzab used to be equal to the chapter of Al-Fatiha, Al-Baqarah, which means more than 213 verses are missing in one chapter alone. One chapter alone, 200. So preservation is a joke. For us as a Christians, the preservation of the word of God is by preserving the message of Jesus, not preservation of letters. And for me, I believe everything in the Bible is written and is true, but I don't go and chase the preservation, because simply there's no way anyone can prove that what is written in a book letter by letter is true of what happened at that time. There's no way. Muslims, okay, do the Muslims have the Quran? No. Do they have even Al-Bukhari? No. Okay. Do you have even Sahih Muslim? No. Sahih Muslim, Al-Bukhari, Al-Quran never exist. Never exist. There's no book, it's called Al-Bukhari. This is a book written long after Al-Bukhari, claiming that a guy, his name is Bukhari, he said this. Otherwise, the guys did not write a book. The Quran. When the Muslim first time they have Quran? They claim.
No, for me, it's never about Quran. As I told you, I'm past over.
No, I'm just giving you the idea how people they are confused about what is preservation, because preservation for us as a Christians is not about preservation letter by letter, because that is not important. Okay, if I say now, if I go now in the old Bible, it says he went and he was a gay. Oh, gay mean homosexual. Oh no, at that time the word gay mean happy. All right. So now we don't use it in the new translation. We don't use the word gay. We use the word happy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I change the Bible now? No.
No, the message is same, but it's a different wording.
Exactly. So what is important in the Bible is that what Jesus said, what is meant. That's why the Bible is in many languages. If you want to preserve really word by word, then you have to keep it exactly by the language. The second you translate, it's not a preservation no more. And even in the same language, like Muhammad he said, Allah, he asked Allah to send him the Quran in 7 languages, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Why? Because people cannot handle it. What does that mean? They can't understand. Okay. If those people are the same tribe, and yet they need 7 Quran, a tribe, small, tiny tribe, yet they need 7 Quran in 7 languages, 7 Arabic. What about somebody from Pakistan or India? India alone have 400 languages. So what is the preservation will be? If we read the translation of the Quran, every translation is different. Can we accuse the Muslim now they are changing the preservation? I can say yes and no. I can say yes because they lie in the translation. I can say no if they keep the meaning.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Because,
all right. So preservation, the Christian, they preserve the teaching of Jesus not only by writing, but they preserve the story of Jesus by mosaic. You know, there is many arts, like they put, you know, by rocks. They write and they draw pictures. Like me, myself, I'm against pictures in churches, but I support pictures for documentary, especially at that time. And I support whatever written in it. So they documented every story of Jesus by stones. That is the biggest preservation. The second preservation is the message of Christ was transformed through generation, not necessarily by the book. The word of God, you know, people in the old days, they are different from now. My mother, she remembered the Bible from the first page to the last page. I don't. You just say to her a sentence from the Bible, she will quote the rest non-stop until the end of the chapter. So in the old days, because their life is different, life is simple, life is not busy with madness we have now. So when they focus in something they believe in, they have a photo image memory. So they memorize. This is why you will see that John writing a while after Jesus. Okay, is it possible that somebody remember every word letter by letter? Yes, it's possible, because those people, they have memory way better than our memory, because our brain now is busy with many things. Our brain is already occupied with a lot of memory. You see, the memory of a human being have a limit. But those people, their memory is fully busy with this only, nothing else. They live their life just to spread the teaching of Christ. So when Peter, he stand and he say word by word what Jesus says, he's not reading from a book. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peter is not reading from a book. Okay, but Peter is saying Jesus says this, and the other disciples are listening. Nobody says to him, you are wrong. He did not say that. So why? Because simply they have the great memory, which is focused only in what this is their mission. They knew the book by heart. So the book is written or not written, still the mission is there. And when the book is written, that make it easier to transfer to other languages and from generation to generation, who they are not their mission to remember. There's until now, there's Christians, they knew the Bible heart by heart. They do not need a book. However, the book will help them to reach the point of memory. But the ones who were witnessing Jesus, they do not need a book to remember what Jesus said. Later they wrote the book. And then when we say the preservation, if a Muslim, he come and say, your book is not preserved, no problem, give me my book. Go ahead.
They don't have it.
All right. Do you have even your book? They don't have your book. Do you have the book of Uthman? No. Do you have the book of Ibn Masood? No. The book of Fatima? Even the Caliphate, he burned all the Quran. Is that correct?
Sorry, what do you say the last?
Even the Caliphate Uthman, he burned all the Quran.
Yeah, he burned.
Okay, why he burned the Quran? Is that because they are one Quran or they are different? Obviously, they are different.
Always the different, yeah.
Yeah. So that proved to us that the Muslim, they could not preserve the Quran in the time of Muhammad. Otherwise, why they have many different Quran? To the point we have to burn them all, and then we accept a Quran of Uthman. And then Muhammad, he did not even say take the Quran from Uthman. He mentioned 4 people. None of them is the Quran of Uthman.
True, true.
Like now, if we, if I can show it in YouTube, but not in here, about the Quran. Like, let's see if I.
So just a last question regarding this preservation. So in that case, it's only for me to understand. So how to be sure, like the word, like the Bible is true? What I'm trying to understand from there is, if it was not true, like, because as you told me, it's like spread in all over the world, then it should differ. Like, or like, what should you say? Like, how can we be sure about?
Everything about believing is about believing. It's not about being sure, because
No, I mean
I
the
wasn't
message,
I
of
wasn't
course,
exist.
because the
Let
thing,
me answer. I wasn't
yeah,
exist in the time of Jesus to confirm to you that Jesus said that, and Muslim will not exist in the time of Muhammad to say to you Muhammad says that, and then that will be the matter of belief. However, the only way for us after 2,000 years of Christ to do is to go and check manuscript, which is exist by tens of thousands, and no book in the world have manuscript as the Bible, and all of them they confirm the core message and the text and the chapters of the Bible. Like Bart, what his name? This guy, the idiot, Harman. He said there's no book in the world, no book has manuscript and documentation as the Bible. No book ever exists. And then you will see an idiot saying to you, the Bible is not preserved. Number two, why the Christian will not preserve their book? Why a person who is willing to die, they feed them to the animals, they give them to the lions, just to deny Jesus? Why they will not preserve their book? Why they will change it? It's not logical. Am I going to accept now, 2,000 years after Jesus, to change that? This is why I told you I don't accept this translation. So why I will accept? Nobody will accept. So when they say it's not preserved, it's a joke. It is their book, never exists. There's no proof that there is a prophet, his name is Muhammad. It is even a proof that Muhammad was exist. Can we find any proof in Mecca? Don't go to Rome. In Mecca, that there was a person, his name is Muhammad. No proof. Nothing. There's no writing on walls. There's no manuscript. There's no documentation. There's no even buildings. There's nothing. Where is Muhammad? And who is Muhammad? When the Muslim they say Muhammad is a son of this and that, can they prove it? Mission impossible. Because if Muhammad is a son of a person, his name is Abdullah, how his father, his name is Abdullah, and his father don't believe in Allah? Abdullah means slave of Allah. How Muhammad?
How do we know it's the same with the Bible? Like, how do we know it's not only the word of man, Because how do we know if Jesus existed? Because the same argument can be used against all of the religions. Because if it was like the true, that's like the truth in front,
First of all, I just
like
confirmed to you. I just confirmed to you that the Bible have the most manuscript ever you can imagine. There's no book in the world. If this is not enough for you to prove that it's preserved, this is your business.
No, not preservation.
If you are seeking evidence of the existence of the Bible, this is the we have manuscript goes really back on time. Remember, we're talking about Jesus about 2,000 years ago, well, not 200 years ago, and about the existence of Jesus. History. No historian write about Muhammad. In the time of Muhammad, there is historian in the time of Jesus. Even the Jews, they wrote about the Messiah. They wrote about his story. So we can go back in history to check if the Messiah really was exist, if he really did what he did, or what they say. Many historians, you can search in it. I'm not going to extend the topic to this, but you can go right now search in Google about historian who wrote about Jesus, like the one who said Jesus did miracles. There's a person, his name is Jesus. He used to do miracles. Even the Jewish Talmud says that Jesus, he went to Egypt and he learned how to do magic. Those are the enemy of Jesus, the rabbis. They are writing about Jesus' existence and what he did and his miracles. Why the enemy of Jesus will write about Jesus says he did miracles? Because he learned magic. He went to Egypt, he went to school, he learned magic, he came back. So we have tons of evidence about Jesus' existence, and at the top of that, the existence of God can be proven by God himself, not by books or reference. As an example, there's tons of miracles happening in the name of Jesus every day around the world. How that can happen if Jesus does not exist? How many miracles happen every day in the name of Muhammad? Muhammad in his time, according to the Quran, he could not do one miracle. Muhammad in his time, he witnessed that Muhammad, he said, Jesus can make the blind see. Okay, what is the documentation Muhammad you have to prove that Jesus can make the blind see? Why the Muslim don't ask him, where you get this from? The answer will be from the Bible. So how the Bible is not preserved, then Muhammad is copying a story, is exists in a book before it, and can he prove that Jesus did those miracles? He resurrected people from death. So look here, historian, who they are not Christians, Greek, Hebrew, Roman, Egyptian, many historians wrote about Jesus' existence. And this is ancient. We are not talking about somebody, 50 years ago and wrote a book. We are talking about in the time of Jesus, how many people wrote about this person. And then we have event, which is already, like every Easter, we have light come from the tomb of Jesus in Jerusalem. Every Easter. The Muslims, they say it's a lie. Those Christians are fabricating fire. We believe it's true. Every Easter, in the day of resurrection, fire and light came from the tomb of Jesus. You can search right now in YouTube. Miracle.
All right.
Miracle non-stop around the world in the name of Jesus. How many miracles happen in the name of Christian Prince? None. How many miracles happen in the name of Muhammad? None. Muhammad himself, according to Muslims, he was under black magic. So Muhammad himself could not even release himself. For us, we don't believe in black magic. We believe in demon. So Muhammad was possessed by a demon, yet his God could not help him. Jesus have power over demon. People, they cast demon in the name of Jesus. So depend what proof we are looking for. If I'm looking for, I want to see Jesus, well, maybe one day will come to you. You never know. Like yesterday, I have two Muslims. They told me that Jesus appeared to them. Two. He come to people until now. It might be, you might say it's an illusion, delusion, whatever. Maybe true, maybe false. But then you will find that the Messiah, he do miracle to the life of people, and this is the most important. The second you believe in this person, you are a new person. But how that can be possible? Unless he is a truly exists and he have a power to change you. Because if I believe in Buddha, can Buddha change me? No. I want to change. I will be sinful. I will stay sinful. But with the Christ, I will be changed. A terrorist will be peaceful, like a dove. You convert to Islam, a peaceful person convert to Islam, became terrorist. So the change can happen either by Satan or by God. Nothing else. And how we know?
Great. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's great. That's, I told you, I'm still on my journey and learning, and it's great when I speak to someone who have not Muslim, because you never get the real answer. So it's great. I could speak to you. I just have one more question, and then I will let someone else talk, because I will come back to you next time if I.
Yeah, we have the gentleman. His name in Arabic, Hussein. Hussein, put your hand up. I made you wait for long. Sorry for that. Put your hand up. I will bring you to the stage. Go ahead. Make it fast, please. Go ahead, Bahis.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I think you pointed before also I was just reading yesterday, Exodus 20, verse 4, because the reason why I'm asking, because I've been visiting some of the churches and I see like some of these images, and I want to understand, is it allowed, is it not allowed? Because when I read this Bible, the Old Testament, I find it different understanding, it is not allowed. So is this something you could clarify for me?
What is allowed?
Having image, Exodus.
Yeah. No, you see, having images. We are not Taliban. We Christians, we are not Taliban. So you can have image, like you have a picture of your wife, your mother, your sister, your children. This is a different story. The Bible, when it speak about you cannot make image for what up in heaven or down in earth, is talking about worshipping, to do images to worship, not about not to make any image. So if you make images for the purpose of worship, that is sin, and this is against God. Like those who support having images in the churches, they say to you that well, God, He gave a command when they build the temple to make an image of an angel. But even that, nobody pray in front of it, and nobody touch it or kiss it, and nobody consider it anything except a symbolic for what God, angel, look like. And it was actually because at that time the pagans, they have, let us say, their signature for their temple. So every religion have their own, like now we have a cross. The second you see the cross in the church, the second you see the cross, this is a Christian. The second you see the moon, this is a Muslim, etc. So it was not for the purpose of worship when He commanded them to put the images of an angel. In fact, nobody even can see it. It is like in the area where nobody can get in except the priest, and even the priest, he go inside only once a year. So images in Christianity for the purpose of worship is forbidden. It's not allowed, and there's no point of it. Number two, anyone he make images, he don't even know how Mary looked like. But why we even have image for Mary? Why? There's no point. Even when they have images for Jesus, they don't even know how Jesus looked like. So why you fabricate image for someone you don't even know how he looked like? This is why me myself I'm against images. However, when somebody make an image, doesn't make him a bad person. It make him doing wrong. Because he is doing it because he loves God, not because he's an evil person. The purpose is not evil. The practice is wrong.
No. I mean, in my case, if I like go into Christianity, it's for me it's good to know like what is right and what is wrong. For example, with these images, I want to like follow what I find it like. So that was going to the church.
I told you my belief. It's up to you. You have to decide. I told you. The Bible for me is so clear that images, Jesus never said make an image of me. Never. And He never said make an image of Mary. Never. What for? Mary is not even part of the Trinity. What is she God? No. So why want to have an image of Mary? What is the purpose exactly? Human being is weak, and he need to find that he need God in his side. So what I do, I put an image of the person I love, I trust, next to me, to make me feel better. It's like a woman, her husband went to war. She miss him. She feel scared at home. But having his picture next to her make her feel hope that she is not alone. So pictures, because a human being is weak. And I believe that those who their faith is weak, they concentrate more in pictures. Those who their faith is strong, they do not need pictures. I did not see God. I believe in Him. I do not.
So just
I never saw God.
Last question. The last question. So in my city, there are some churches, there are images. So are we allowed to go there, like pray, like if I become
you
Christian?
Can. Why
like,
not? Why not? No, why not? You can go anywhere. It's you, what you meant and what you do. Not, you see, you can pray anywhere in the world. You can pray in your closet. So having those pictures doesn't make the place bad. Doesn't make it Satan. I'm not, by the way, I'm not against the pictures. If they have pictures to document for art, to teach kids about
No,
what happened,
I'm
I
not
am not
hating. I'm
I
not
am not
hating.
against it. You know, like if I have a book, I want to teach kid about the birth of Jesus. I don't mind to draw Jesus. I don't mind to draw angel coming to Mary. I don't mind because this is for sake of education, and the kids they will remember the story way better than you know, they can't even read. Maybe they are still so young. So images is not a problem. The practice of a praying in the front of the images, I believe it's wrong. Otherwise, images is not a problem. You can draw in the holy church the story of Jesus. I love it, no problem. But not to pray in the front of it, and not to believe that those images are the real people. All right. If I start making the images themselves holy, I'm doing the very wrong. Images are images, you know, it's made by my hand. The person is holy, not the images. In fact, even if you have an image, even if I have a picture of Jesus taken by my own camera, that image is not holy. Because it's not him. The holy is him, not the print I make on a paper. You know? So what is holy is the person, not an image of a person. So when people start saying this is a holy icon, that is absolutely wrong. For the holy is God and nothing else. So you know, we keep it with the Bible, which I believe, as a final response for what you said, it's very well preserved, and I believe that not everything Jesus did as a miracle written there, because the Bible confirmed that if we write everything, we will need maybe millions of books to write. God miracles nobody counted. Nobody can count it. Everything is a miracle. Even every flock of snow is a miracle of God, because none of them look the same. Every one of them different. So it's a miracle. Every miracle is a miracle of God. If we want to write about the miracle of God, if God decided to say to us how he created the eye, you know, we need maybe 5,000 books to understand how the eye is made, with the details. Very simple. Like if we want to go details in the details in every cell, so you can imagine how complicated the eye. So the Bible is purpose is to make the story of Jesus easy to understood, easy to be delivered, easy to transform, and easy to receive. Is not or never meant to be a record of everything Jesus in his lifetime did. That is not what the Bible is about. The Quran,
Okay, great, CP.
huh?
Yeah.
The Quran, on the other hand, is not a book of God for a simple reason. God never spoke to Muhammad. Number two, it's so stupid. Number three, full of contradiction. And the Quran itself says, if there's a book have contradiction, it cannot be from Allah. Number four, there's no proof of it. There's no manuscript. When a Muslim, they found one page, they made a drama about it. One page. And it's not even from the Quran. So the Muslims are the last one who can speak about preservation. When Aisha, she say, there's the chapter of the cow and the chapter of Azhar used to be equal, and that means 213 something verses are missing in one chapter. And then a Muslim come to me to talk about preservation of the Quran versus not preserved Bible. And the last thing I want to say to you, when the Muslim says the Bible is not preserved, he's insulting his God. Because if Allah sent the gospel and Allah could not preserve his book, this is my problem or Allah problem?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons, because for us to be confirmed, okay, the Quran is right and they have some criteria, but it's never, we cannot prove by themselves, because we cannot find Prophet Muhammad in the earlier scriptures. So that's the reason, like, you know, it's lots of things which I found it contradicts today.
But there is more, there's more important question. Like, if the Muslim, they say the Torah and the gospel is sent by Allah, and then the stupid Muslim himself, he says that the Torah and the gospel is corrupted. He's accusing what? He's accusing his God that he could not preserve his book. Not me. It's not my duty to preserve any book. I'm not God. The author of the book is the one responsible for his book. So if God could not preserve his book, me, the poor me, I'll preserve it. So when the Muslim accused the Bible and the Torah to be corrupted, he is showing us how shallow, stupid they are, because they are saying to you, we have a God, he's a potato, he sent 124,000 messenger, all their books are gone, except one. And then we find that the Quran, the goat ate the Quran, breastfeeding is gone, adoption is gone, a stoning to death is gone, tons of millions of verses are gone. Umar ibn Khattab, he says, the Quran was 1,025,000 letter. 1,025,000 letter. How many letters right now? Can you search on Google and tell me? How many letters the Quran now?
I think it's 6,000 or something like that.
How many?
6,000, I believe.
Oh, no, you are wrong. Search again.
No problem. I will check it.
You will find that more than 80 to 90% of the Quran is gone, based on the hadith of Umar. But we don't care, for the Quran preserved or not. For me, I will never debate a Muslim about the preservation of the Quran, because the Quran as it is, I like it to be preserved. For the Muslim, then he cannot say to me why the Quran is so stupid. If it's preserved, he has no excuse. If he say it's not preserved, then he can get away from my spanking.
Yeah, and also because, if the Bible is not preserved or is corrupted, so how can we, if I'm a Muslim, so how can we check the preference of Prophet Muhammad if in a corrupted book? That also not goes hand with hand, you understand? Because if we already condemn it as a corrupted, why should I check for Prophet Muhammad? Because it's still, not like
when you say the Bible is corrupt, you have to prove it. It's not a statement.
No. I'm using their argument.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But they cannot prove it. Can you prove it?
Them.
So we have manuscript. Nobody have of any book in the world. No book in the world have as we have. And the Bible actually, by time, like translation, even get better. Why? Because they always discover new manuscript. And then when we say new, it doesn't mean they are new as age. We mean that they just show up, like I just posted a link a few days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, in Patreon about a new discovery in Israel. But you will find that every discovery they find, it is total agreement with what we have. So the more we discover, the more we confirm, not the opposite. Where is the Muslim?
Yes, I know this. It's the Mosaic around 1st century. Yeah, I know this. There, Jesus is God. I've seen that.
Yeah. Anyway, my friend, thank you very much for being here. Let us see if we can
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, and have a good night. Bye.
All right. Hussein, are you still there? Hussein, I wanted to talk. He's gone. Go ahead, Qadir.
Can you hear me?
I do. Go ahead. Hello. Hello. I know what happened to him. All right.
Can you hear me?
I do. Go ahead.
Okay. Shalom, CP. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
It's all right. No problem.
I don't know what happened. CP. I came here because of Bahis, our brother.
All right.
And I'm ex-Muslim. We talked 1 year ago.
All right.
I think, or more than 1 year ago. And you were talking about he's asking questions that's really good. Like, how can we know that Jesus is God?
Yeah.
So I left Islam 10 years ago.
All right.
After this, for like 6-7 years, I lived as agnostic. I think it's called like that, where I told myself, okay, I believe in God, but I don't know who God is.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did is I seeked for God, and I had no idea about any verses or any Bible or like churches. So I asked for God, and he revealed himself to me 3 times. And it's a long story, but I wanna talk about one time. I saw Jesus in a dream. I saw myself standing, and everything was like clouds and blue sky. And then I saw a man walking to me, like very gently, with both arms open. And I tried to look into his face, because when you meet people, you wanna, check the eyes or the face first.
Mm-hmm.
But his face was full of light. It's I couldn't see his face. It was very holy and full of light. Then I looked down to my belly, and I saw his 2 arms around me. And then I let myself fall backwards into his arms, so he catched me. And this was my proof. And after this encounter, I went to buy my first Bible. That was 3.5 years ago.
Wonderful. Yeah, I told him, there's many proof that Jesus, I mean, some people, the Messiah, he come to them. And usually,
Yeah.
such event happens for people who they are not even part of the faith, because he feel like their needs, to help them, to give them a hand, actually. That's why he come to them. But still, people, they don't believe what you say. They always say this guy is saying things, making things up. Maybe he saw a dream, Maybe it's just, maybe he ate heavy food, And yeah, I mean, people can say, but the only difference between a dream, which is everybody see it, we can see dreams, is how you feel, but how that can change you. A dream is just something you wake up from. That's it, is gone. But if it is real, if it is a vision of God, it's not gone. It's going to stay with you forever.
Exactly. And before that, after this dream, I told you I had no Bible, and it took me like 6-7 months, I think. Then I saw the verses in Matthew and Revelation, for example, where Jesus is described with his face is shining like the sun, even in the day, not night. And this was clear to me. And before that, even my first encounter was not in a dream. It was I was woken up at 2 a.m. I was, working, and I had to sleep, and I usually don't wake up at nights. So I woke up, and I felt my legs, oh, I'm awake. And I felt a very extreme energy of love suddenly, coming down, and in my body. I don't know what happened. First, I thought my soul is leaving my body. I thought about my mom. I thought about my friends at this moment, because it was so supernatural that I cannot explain. And then I asked myself, it was so much love that I have never felt before. And I asked, Jesus, is that you? And this energy was so much, I had to stop, I said, Jesus, all right, you answered me. Because 3 months before that, I prayed to him once in my life, CP. Just once. I asked for him once with all my heart, and he, revealed himself 3 times. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that you have a great experience and you are a real witness who came out of Islam and you accepted the Messiah. Thank you for sharing.
Amen. No problem, CP.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
We have Hassan. Are you there, Hassan?
Yep. Do you hear me?
I do hear you. Go ahead.
So first I need your opinion on a verse of the Quran, and then I need to talk to you about a dream that I had, and I believe that was Jesus, but I'm Muslim.
All right.
Okay. So in Sahih Muslim 21:14, it says, "The bell is the musical instrument of Satan."
Correct.
Right? And in Sahih al-Bukhari 32:15, it says that Muhammad described that the angel sounded like a bell.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the Quran, it says that we should follow and judge by what the Bible says. And the Bible contradicts the Quran, and the Quran contradicts the Bible. Like in the Bible, in Galatians 1:8, it says that if an angel comes to you and spread the gospel, then let him be accursed, right? And John said that he would deny Jesus, his divine nature, he is a liar and the Antichrist. So basically, what the Quran does is contradict the contradiction here.
Yeah,
So
the Quran is a chain of contradiction. But starting with the one you mentioned about the Satan instrument is the sound of a bell.
yep.
And then Muhammad, he received Quran in the sound of a bell. And then that's mean that Muhammad, he received Quran from Shaitan, not from God. Because
yeah, that's what I thought. Because he said his voice resembles the sound of a ringing bell, and the bell is the instrument of Satan.
Yeah.
So and sometimes, like sometimes I ask people about this, Muslims, and they said that that's the metaphor of a revelation or something like this, but that's stupid.
No, this is not a metaphor. He says in a sound like a bell. What metaphor? What metaphor of what? He received the revelation in a sound like a bell. And then there's other question will come. If he received sound of a bell, how that became Arabic? In fact, this is proof to us what I say. Muhammad, he's suffering from kind of mental illness, which is I'm not a doctor, but have many names of those cases where a human being hear voices and he hear a tone of a bell in his head non-stop, will be very annoying. This is explained why Muhammad, he do even suffocate. He lose his conscious, for some time. So the sound come to his head, he suffocate, he fell down on the ground, and he even
when you squeezed it.
Yeah, even some hadiths speak about him. They thought he's dead many times. Many times. So if Muhammad receiving such a sound, why God will make Quran in annoying voice like this? And remember, Muhammad, he make it clear that even angels will not accompany a person have a bill with him. Even if even without the sound, if you have a bill in a box, like those bill for, let us say, for the sheep, if they are not ringing, not making noise, the angels will not get close to you, as we see in the screen. Let me show you here. So why Muhammad himself is receiving his Quran in the same method which the angels cannot even accept to be in a company? Why none of the prophet here received such a sound? Why Muhammad is unique in every stupid thing? Muhammad been squeezed by the angel 3 times, saying to him, read. Doesn't make sense. Read what? You do not know how to read. Muhammad, he received Quran in the sound of a bell, but sound of a bell is an instrument of shaitan. Muhammad never spoke to Allah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like when you squeeze him, like is that? I'm asking myself, is that a behavior of an angel? Like that's literally like what a demon does. Like, he forced them, and
why
crazy.
Why the angel, when he came to Mary did not get scared and terrified like Muhammad. Muhammad, he went to his wife, he told her, cover me, I don't know what's going on with me. How come Mary is a female? She got, even we have a story about Muhammad when he received the chapter of Al-Fatiha. He received it when he was doing poo-poo. He received it when he was doing poo-poo. I never heard that God, he will send his angel to a prophet to deliver him the most popular verse in the Quran, Al-Fatiha. When the guy he want to do poo at night, here it says, in Arabic it says, كلما برز, each time he want to do buraz, to do shit, each time he went out, look at the translation here, each time he went out, when they say here he went out, they are telling you, the translation here trying to hide that he went out to do poo, you know. So each time he went out, whenever he went out, why when he went out? What do you mean went out? Why you don't do it at home? Why the angel don't come to him at home? So whenever he went out, he used to hear someone calling him, "Oh Muhammad," and Muhammad he run, he flee. And then Waraqa said to him, "Why you don't wait and see what this guy want to say to you? You know, why Muhammad is running? Where is the brave Muhammad? You know, it is night time. The guy, what he said to him, Muhammad. That's it. Muhammad, you run."
Damn.
Another proof that Muhammad is mentally ill. So he hear voices, a sound of a bell, he faint, he hear a sound of at night when he is doing poo-poo, a person saying to him, Muhammad, what Muhammad you do? He flee. Why? Coward? Potato? Scared?
That's a demon. Scared of a demon.
So my friend, you left Islam, you're still a Muslim now, or you decide to leave Islam?
I'm still a Muslim.
After all of this, you're still a Muslim?
Man, listen, I dream about Jesus, but I need answer about this too. But yeah, yeah.
So why you don't leave Islam now?
Oh man, I doubt.
You like the prophet who flee, huh?
Exactly. Like I'm not 100% Muslim now, because I'm more like I'm turning to Christianity, but like I need too many answer. Yeah.
All right.
And then I believe that like sometime I ask question to the Holy Spirit, right? And I don't hear him talk to me, but he just reveal things to me. Like he explain, but without talking, and then everything that I ask for, I understand directly.
Okay.
It's
you know,
so weird.
But remember, you know, I mean, if you know already that Muhammad is not a good person and he can't be a prophet, why you want to stay as a Muslim? You said there's many contradiction, and you mentioned to me yourself many things. So why
I
a
don't know,
person?
cause
Huh?
that's so goofy. Like the Quran, like the cow. When you talked about the meat thing where they beat the dead man with meat, like that's so goofy. That's so that's so
But no,
stupid.
this is story.
That's
You know, I
laughable.
used to work in the police once, and then I found a dead guy. Actually, there was 10. Then I went to the butcher. I bought some shish kebab. I did beat the dead guys. This is true story, by the way. And I did beat them, and they come back to life. I asked them the names of the one who killed them. The first one, he told me Hunter Biden. He killed me. The second one, he says Kamala Harris. She stole my wallet. The third one said to me Joe Biden. He took my umbrella. I reported them to the police, and then the police, instead of arresting the criminals, they arrested me because they thought I'm dangerous for society because I'm crazy. Nobody believed me. Even though the story is true, and I use shish kebab, until now I can show you the shish kebab, I have it, you know, until now. It's a true story, you know, those stories. You beat a guy, he's dead by beef, he come back to life. Beef, powerful, beef is powerful. That's why it's expensive, you know, not like pork. If you beat a guy with the pork, he will stay dead, that's it, you know, don't even try. You beat him with the beef, oh, come on, beef is powerful. That's why the Hindu, they call the cow our mother. There's a power in the cow, you know. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, that's like, yeah, all right. But I still have question about that dream. I had two dreams where I asked Jesus to come in my dream, and then wait, I wrote it in my book. I wrote my dream because I was thinking and then it's like Holy Spirit told me to write my dream. So, oh no, if I find it.
How you know the Holy Spirit is the one who told you?
What?
How you know that? You said the Holy Spirit told you to write your dream.
Yeah, but when the Holy Spirit talk to me, like he don't speak, but he just make me understand. But that's so weird
All
because
right.
sometimes I ask things, a lot of things, and he reveal to me, but like I don't have the time to understand everything. Like that's so weird when the Holy Spirit reveals something to me.
All right. But you
All
didn't
right,
want.
so
But until now, you don't want to leave Islam.
yeah, I'm gonna leave Islam.
All right,
Yeah,
that's good. So now you left Islam. So now you saw a dream about Jesus. Why you don't accept Jesus then?
because I doubt. I'm not sure. So that's why I ask question, because I prayed to Jesus, and I asked him to come in my dream, and wait, I asked him to come in my dream the first time, just to come and reveal himself to me, and then in my dream, I asked myself in my dream. But I asked Jesus, where is he? And then it's like I wake up in my dream, like that was weird. And I was upside down of my bed, like where I put in my foot, my head was there, and I faced the door. And then I saw like a body with a yellow, no, like a tan or white robe, and then a red thing wrapped around it. And I heard a man said in testimonies that when Lucifer come to you in a dream, like sometimes it's blurry, you can make out things. And so I saw his sandals first, and then I start to raise my head to see his face, and it was like it was a little bit blurry, because I tried in my dream, I tried to open my eyes, and that was like I opened my eyes in the middle of the night, like it was hard, and I couldn't make out any features of his face, and that's like it was blurry. And then uh the other time, because I wasn't sure. I didn't know if it was Jesus or Satan. I didn't know, so I asked a second time to come and to to come again, and to make me understand that it was him, and to make me feel his love. I asked that, and then in this dream, uh, like in the port, like I wake up, and I ask myself again, where's Jesus? It was like I came back in my body. Like that's like I came back in my body in a dream, but I was in a dream. So I just don't understand that feeling. That was so weird. And then I asked myself in the dream. I asked, where's Jesus? I asked for Jesus. Where is he? And I heard a voice, like it was like a kid or my voice, or that was a weird voice. And I heard the voice says, "Turn around, it's Jesus." And I was in my bed at the exact same place that I was in my bed in, and it was like I was in my body. It was like I was in my body. And then I turned my head, and I heard this voice, "Turn around, it's Jesus." And then I turned my head, and I see the exact same man, but I start to see from his belly, and I raise up my head, and it was like his face. For I heard when the thing said, "Turn around, it's Jesus." I heard like a thunder strike. That was the same sound. And I turned my head and I tried to open my eyes, and that was hard. Like it was like the first time. And then I tried to make out his features, but it was like he was next to me, but it was far. Like his face was far, and I couldn't make out any feature. So I need your opinion on this. Was that Jesus?
My friend, I cannot tell you. I don't know what you. I mean, you're describing, but I don't know what you really saw. Description is not enough. But you know, for you, I advise you. It might be a normal dream. It might be nothing. It might be something, a message. You know, I advise you if you are, as long you left Islam now, and you have something for the Messiah. I advise you to pray before you sleep to the Messiah to help you and to guide you and to, you know, to show you the right way to do things. He might come to you again. He might speak to you. You know, he will do his work. He will do what you need. So I advise you before you sleep every day, pray to Christ, ask him for help, tell him I need your help. I'm weak. You know, I need your guidance, your support. Please be with me. You know, a few words, say it from your heart to the Messiah, and I'm sure he will respond to you. All right?
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the sharing of your vision, and we are happy to talk to you. And I hope soon we will hear good news from you that you accept Jesus and you become your Savior and your, you know, salvation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Hassan. All right, we have a Muslim. Let us see. Where is the Muslim guy? We invited him. Maybe he's gone. Okay, Muslim Prince first. Go ahead, Muslim Prince.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Shalom.
So, did I hear you correctly saying that Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet of Allah, is a coward? Did I hear you say this?
Absolutely.
Okay, so since you're so tough, what would you do if you're like squeezed by an angel? What would you do?
I wasn't speaking about, first of all, he never been squeezed by an angel. According to your prophet, a man, he came to him. A man, not an angel. A man, he came to him and he squeezed him. The first thing, I will break his arms because I'm not a gay. The second thing, I will say to him, stop touching me. Hold on. I will say to him, stop touching me. Who are you? I will take if he tried to do it again. No, this is my question. It's a man. It's not an angel. He came to him as a man. And now
it's an angel.
This
man. It's
an
angel.
No. Okay. Okay. Show me where it says he's an angel. He's an angel, but as a man. Muhammad, when he saw the person in the cave, he saw him as a man in the image of Dahya al-Kalbi. So a man, he come to you. You are sitting in the cave. He put his arms around you. Don't you fight back? Ask him, what are you doing?
It says,
stop touching me.
It says, this is what I learned. An angel with 10,000 wings.
This is 10,000 wings inside the one you are talking about, the story you are talking about, is when he saw him in the sky, sitting on a chair, on a throne, which is stupid to say because only God have a throne, not an angel. And that is when he covered the horizon. It was massive, not in the cave. The cave is small. Hara is not even, the entrance of it is not even 50 centimeters wide.
Okay, so since you are sitting on the internet, you know, you want to disparage a man who, you know, got a history. What about the Battle of Badr, where the angels came to his aid? Are you going to tell me he was not a brave man?
This is a fiction. Nobody saw. Anyone saw the angel you are talking about? Nobody saw. What angel?
You
Muslims are very weird. My friend, the people of Al-Taif, they broke Muhammad's teeth. They beat him with their shoes, and they spit at him. They broke all his teeth. He did not even go to Mecca for more than 1 month. He told Aisha, hide it, don't tell anybody about what happened to him. Where was the angel? When did he beat him in Al-Taif? Go and search right now. Is it true that the Prophet Muhammad was beaten in Al-Taif by even kids? They made 2 lines of people, 2 lines from the right and the left, and Muhammad, he walked between them, and everybody is holding a stick in his hand, and the kids are throwing rocks and shoes. So
then how did he win, Yatrid, and how did he win?
War,
eventually
okay, there is Muhammad is a deceiver. Muhammad, when he was weak, he kissed the ass of everybody. And then he was preparing for them, getting stronger. When he got strong, he killed them. As simple as that.
Oh.
But
okay.
He did not.
Is that why?
My friend. Okay, let us make it simple for you. Is Allah in the side of Muhammad?
According to the Quran, yes.
All right. If somebody lose the war, did he lose the war because of Allah will or against Allah will?
Well, it's Allah's will.
Okay. So when Muhammad, he says, if 100 of you can win against 1,000, and the Muslim, they went to war and they lost, did Allah keep his promise or he forgot to send his angels?
Well, according to the narration I heard, it was a test.
It was a test. What test?
Allah wanted to test their
what test? Hold on, you see? No, he told them, I saw a vision. Go and read the interpretation. He told them, Allah showed me. Not only that, he said to them that there will be few. He said there will be few. They will fight you few. They went there. They said to him, you told us there's only few will fight us. We find 3 times more than us. And not only that, Muhammad, he told them, Allah told me that 20 of you can overcome 200. That means each one can fight 10. How they can win 1 to 10? Is that an American movie?
Wait. So are you saying Allah did not send angels?
I'm asking you. They lost. There's 2. There's Badr al-Kubra and there's Badr al-Sughra. So the first one they lost. Okay, why they lost? Allah, he promised them victory. He told them 1 can fight 10. They went there, they got spanked. They came back. Muhammad, now to cover his bump, he said to them, and then he gave them verse number 66. He said, now Allah enlightened your text, and he found out. Now, Allah, he found out that you have a weakness. Is that God?
Do you have a problem with Allah finding that out?
I thought Allah is all knowledgeable. He knew the future.
Yes, that's how Allah found out.
No, he just found out now after they went to war and they lost. He came back and now he found out that they have a weakness.
Wait. So maybe are you trying to say that Allah did not know the weakness before they went? Is that what you're trying to say here?
This is what it says in front of you. Allah, he told them, 20 of you can fight 200. They went to war, they got spanked. They came back, but Muhammad, the excuse why this is happening, he says, now Allah, he has lightened your task, and now he found out that you have a weakness. Well, when you gave them the verse before it, don't you know they have weakness? You don't. He just found out. And about the coward, if you go back to the coward, your prophet, when he went out to the bathroom.
Can you hold on, sir? Sir, can you be respectful at least? I did not come here. I'm being respectful to you.
Well, my friend, okay. I am a Christian prince. I don't respect Muhammad. You like it, you can stay. You don't like it, you can leave.
Look, you are a prince. I am a prince.
You are no prince for me. You are a potato. You believe in somebody, he received Quran when he's doing shit, and I'm showing you the reference.
I believe in God, not
I don't
in
care if you
human
believe in
being.
God or whatever. Your God, your God is Satan.
You,
Okay, okay, hold on, Mister.
you're over here
The one
misleading the
you
people.
claim to be a prince, like me. When you go out at night and you hear somebody saying to you, "Prince," do you run?
If I hear what?
If you go out at night to do poo-poo, and then you hear a voice in the darkness,
But why would I do that, sir?
or you do poo-poo when you are a Bedouin in the desert. You do it in your home?
Well, I don't know how those Bedouins live.
Okay, your prophet was a Bedouin. Anyway, so each time he go out at night to do poo-poo, he hear a voice. I'm showing you the reference in front of you. He hear a voice saying, "Oh, Muhammad."
You are a comedian. Are you fabricating this?
You are a prince who said the F word. You must be a nothing prince. Okay, listen. I'm showing you the reference in front of you.
Okay, I don't see anything.
Ah, you don't see it? Okay, let me show it to you. Here we go.
I don't see it.
All right.
You know, I got.
Why you are laughing? Why you are laughing? Why you are laughing? You are making fun of your prophet. This is Al-Fatiha. This is Al-Fatiha, verse number 1. The book.
Okay, where did you get this from?
Asbab al-Nuzul, the book of Asbab al-Nuzul. It's in front of you. All right. And this is Asbab al-Nuzul, mean the reason for the verses to come down. So the messenger, each time he go out, he hear a voice, someone calling him Muhammad. You're a prophet. The second he hear that, he flee. Is that because he is terrified, scared, or because he is a hero? You're a prophet. You run away from a fort.
Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read it.
Okay.
Just wait. I mean, maybe the way they interpreted it, you know, from the Arabic to English, because sometimes
from Arabic. By the way, the Arabic to English, the poo-poo smell better. I mean, the guy, he just came out. A guy said to him, Muhammad. Why Muhammad is running? He's a coward.
It did not say poo-poo there, sir.
No, it says here, it says, this is a translation in Arabic, it says baraza, baraza. Each time he want to do buraz, he want to do shit. This is why it says here, whenever he went out, he used to hear someone calling him.
Let me tell you what I read. If the prophet wanted to use the toilet, like Allah used to put shade over his head.
So Muhammad now doing poo-poo, Allah, he put shade over his head. What kind of shade is that?
You've never read that?
No, I know. Muhammad, the trees, they came to cover him. I know.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Now
it happened to me. It happened to me.
Hold on.
I was in the desert, okay, and then I want to do poo-poo, and the sun is so strong, and then Allah, he commanded the coconut tree from the Philippines to come all the way to Saudi Arabia to cover me, because I spent 10 hours doing shit. In fact, did you even ask yourself why Muhammad need shade when doing poo-poo? Is he going to stay there for 10 hours? It's 2 minutes. Why he needs shade? Hold on.
You know what you're doing? You know what you're doing? First of all.
Yeah, first of all.
You're over here sitting in the internet, and you're passing judgment on those Bedouins from the 5th century. You don't know how they lived, and
how you know? Maybe I'm a Bedouin myself. I spend a good time between the Bedouin. I always go and hunt in the desert.
5,000. Are you telling me they live like like in the 5th century still?
Until now, but the Bedouin is still the same. They have their tent, their animals. They have no electricity. The same. Nothing changed.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Don't ask me. Why you're a prophet? He run away when he heard the voice of a man. Why? He's a coward. He's a potato. Shouldn't he say? Should he stand? Says, who was there?
Okay, if he's such a coward, how did he, like, with just few people, he was able to
What if you
conquer
people,
the?
Muhammad,
He was able to
Muhammad,
conquer.
Allah
He was
give you,
able to
my
conquer
friend,
the Arabian
Muhammad,
Peninsula.
Muhammad lost war with Rahman al-Yamama. He almost lost, almost. Most of
Almost
his men,
doesn't count, but he won,
count,
right?
it count, because only few men left. Islam is gone. Islam is almost gone. And it was his
But
luck.
it didn't.
It was his luck.
It,
It was, no, you see, it was his luck. It was the luck of a fool. So it was his luck. The Roman and the Persian, they were fighting each other for more than 400 years non-stop. In fact, more than 2,000 years. But in that time, 300 years non-stop. Every few weeks there's a war between the Roman and the Persian. So Muhammad, he came in a perfect time. He finished in the Arabian Peninsula.
Allah planned it that way.
Let us say, okay, I see, okay, I will go with you now. Allah, he planned it this way, huh? So Muhammad will be victorious. So did Allah plan the death of Muhammad by poison?
You know, in Islam, we believe in predestination.
Who killed Muhammad? Allah?
I wouldn't say kill. You know,
poison is kill. Poison. There's two ways of death.
Right.
There's two ways of death.
Not,
Hold on. There's two ways of death.
He was poisoned, but he, you know, like, he did not die right away. Like, he lived.
Doesn't matter.
Like,
if a woman, she gave me poison and I did not die right away, still I die from the poison. Doesn't matter what the period is. I died because of the poison. She was successful. And not only that, the women, Muhammad, he asked her, why you did that? She said, if you are a king, Allah will, if you are a prophet, Allah will save you. If you are not, you will die. He died. Okay. So your prophet was killed by poison. Little poison from Walmart. 50 cents.
You know, the other day I heard you say something, and I went and, you know, like, I read about it, but I've always asked the question myself. And I've asked, like, Imam that question before, and they did not entertain it. Because, like, I read in like Genesis, right? So I read, like, the Old Testament because I wanted to know, like, the lineage of Abraham and the connection to Ishmael and Muhammad. But, you know, so I read something, but I'm being honest, like, I was in denial. But then I heard you say it the other day, and you asked the same question I asked. And you were, you know, even like, you were honest about it, which is, it makes no sense how Muhammad is related to Ishmael if he's not Arab, you know? How is the connection? Yeah.
So what do you think? Do you think Muhammad...
I don't know, like, something is not right.
Okay, so Muhammad is a, you know, the whole story of Muhammad is a fabrication. In fact, there's no proof that Muhammad has ever existed. What Muhammad mean? Muhammad is a word mean praise one. This is the name by itself is a blasphemy against God, because only God is praise one. How the Muslim, they say they believe in one God and Muhammad is his prophet, but the prophet himself, his name is Muhammad. The name Muhammad is, no one will use it unless you are a pagan, unless you are want to insult God. Because if
I asked that question too. I asked because I know the story, like Muhammad, Abu Bakr, Omar. So, I mean, because they eventually, when they conquered, they became Muslim, right? So that would mean that they were kafir prior to that. But, like, in Africa, I'm originally from Africa, like, they would convert Africans to Islam and give you names like Omar, Abu Bakr, all that. But those people never changed their name because their name came from the Kafir culture. Because in the book I read that they were kafir prior, like before, and then they converted. So why do you think they still give those names to new Muslim converts?
Because they want to make the society an Arab-dominated society. You change your name to an Arab, they change your clothes to an Arab, they change your language to speak Arabic, so they can control you. This is an Arab religion. The African
colonization.
Yeah, the Arab is there. The Arab are enslaving you, you know, as they enslave many other nations. The same as the Ottoman. The Ottoman, now they are occupying half of Syria. They start forcing their language on the Syrian. So now instead of teaching Arabic, they want to force the Turkish. So the first step to establish a colony forever, not temporary, is to destroy the culture of the people, make them forget their name, their language, their history, their heritage, and adopt your language, your names, your heritage, and then you become their slave forever. They occupy you forever.
Yeah. Man, I've already thought about this. You're onto something, because like I was in my country and it like looked like Afghanistan, like the people, like they cover their faces.
Which country is yours?
Gambia.
Why Gambia but isn't it Gambia the majority are Christians?
No, Muslim.
Really? Oh, okay.
Senegal, next to Senegal.
Senegal, okay, is majority Muslim. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so like, but I read lots of books. So like I study like Islamic history doesn't match real world
so
history.
Why you don't leave Islam? Here we go. You agree with me with many things. You want to be the slave of the Arab? Muhammad, he made fun of your look because you're black. There's tons of reference. If Muhammad is a prophet, Muhammad is a prophet for the Arab, for the white Arab. This is why in the Quran he promised that those who don't believe in Allah, they will be black, and those who believe in Allah, they will be white. You like to be white?
Do I want to be white? Is that your question?
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with the way I am.
No, you cannot no more, because sadly, Allah will make all those who don't believe in Him black. So I will be black. Good for me.
Yeah, I read that as well. I mean, I kind of have a problem with that. Not kind of, but I do. You know, I'm not trying to go against Allah, but I think Allah, that statement he made there, you know, I mean, I don't know, like he sounded very discriminatory and racist.
Well, this is not about racist only. This is about showing you that being black is a penalty.
Right.
Yeah. So Allah will punish people who don't do good by making them black. And that is saying you that this God is satanic. Satan, you know, in Islam is a black. Satan is black. Angels are white. Heaven is full of white. The women are so white you can see the marrow of their bones. Men, they will be so white. The boys will be very white. And non-Muslim will be in hell and they will be black. Shaitan is black. The one who will destroy the Kaaba is Ethiopian black. The Shaitan who is whisper to the believer, a disbeliever, to stay away from Allah is black. A black stone was white like milk, but the sin made it black. So sin make you black. So why you're black according to Islam? Because you commit sin. And there's a hadith saying that when Allah created Adam, He hit him in the right shoulder and the white of spring came out. And
yeah, I read that.
Yeah, and then He said to the white, you go to heaven. I don't care. And then he hit the shoulder of the left shoulder of Adam. And then black people came out like circle. And He said to them, you go to hell. I don't care.
But I wrote to Mufti Menk and Zakir Naik. I asked them that question, but it's been a long time. They still have not responded. And you know, Zakir Naik and Mufti Menk, you know, they have like fan clubs in that country. The people give them money.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think they should answer that question, you know. Do you think Zakir Naik is like keeping it real?
Well, Zakir Naik, first of all, if you ask questions, Zakir Naik is here. Zakir, you want to talk to him? Get some breath. First of all, I'm not here. And I'm not listening, and I'm busy eating. Zakir Naik, the guy, he sent you an email a long time ago. He's waiting for an answer. Take a break from eating. Get some breath. First of all, this person is not African, and he is from Bangladesh. Like, how you know he's from Bangladesh? I mean, did you even see how he looked like? Get some breath. First of all, I do not see him. I can see him through my heart. Okay, what I hate this. Okay, who care about his look now? Can you answer his question why Allah will make the black people go to hell and the white people go to heaven? Get some breath. Very simple. The answer is very easy. Okay, give me the answer. I want to trade to you. Oh, as long as it's so easy, why you don't trade to me? Because it's haram. It's haram to tell me the question. Is that because chapter 5, verse 101 says, ask no question? Exactly. Okay. And verse 102 says, if you know, you will leave a religion? Exactly. Okay. But we know the answer. Islam is racist. Get some breath. This is a big fat lie. Islam is not racist. First of all, if Islam is racist, do I look white for you? Zakir, no, you don't look white. You are stupid. That's why you believe in it. Exactly. So, my friend from Gambia, why you don't leave Islam?
Well, I'm definitely researching. Like a lot of stuff. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't match like real life intelligence, you know. Like sometimes some of this stuff I feel like I'm like insulting myself in a way.
All right. Well, no, for me, I do my best to help you if you like. You can denounce the devil Muhammad right now. And
well, you can just call it, it's not that easy.
It's easy. The devil is the devil. It's easy to recognize.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to remember, it's like, okay, you're saying he's the devil. I mean, there are lots of many things, you know, like in the Quran, you know, that teach, you know, lots of good stuff.
Like what? Like what? Like you beat your wife? Huh?
That's not a good thing.
Oh.
But you see, Christian Prince, when you bring this, I want to ask you this. Why do you think, for example, I have asked Africans, and I've brought out the verse that, like, you can't enter heaven while black. But they, you know, they want to beat me if they could, right? And also the women, they want to beat me when I bring this, what you're saying. Why do you think the people are so much angry here at me when I ask these questions?
Because the truth hurts.
Because one Imam told me, when I was a kid, I asked a question. He said that I'm dangerous. He said, one day I would stop being Muslim.
Okay, the one who told you that, obviously you become a prophet now, because look like you are going out to be out of Islam. Tell him from now on you are a prophet.
Well, anyways, thank you. I mean,
why you don't say I'm leaving Islam now?
I mean, look, I'm going to talk to the Imam. You know, in fact, I would see if the Imam will come here.
Why you don't call the Imam to join us now?
Well, he's probably at like a Christmas dinner. I don't want to ruin that.
The Imam have a Christmas dinner?
I mean, like, you know, maybe the pastor, some pastor
Okay.
invited him.
I see.
All right. And the Imams are very tolerant in America. You know this.
Very tolerant, very. No, they are not. You know, they are potatoes. They say here because they are nobody here. If they are in a different country, they will act like lions. Here, they act like cats. Anyway, my friend, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Murash, Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Merry Christmas, man. And I'm calling to you from Poland. Actually, unfortunately, my government is inviting more and more Muslims to this country, and we'll see how it goes. But I just wanted to ask
why
you
they are
one
inviting them?
question.
What do you mean they are inviting them?
Mhm. I mean, not inviting, but because of some stupid politicians. More and more refugees are coming to Poland, and
I thought
shelters
Poland.
are being.
I thought Poland they reject refugees.
Yes, because people don't want. Ultimately, we don't want Muslims in our country, but yeah, well, so there's that guy, Donald Tusk, and he's I don't know, he's very pro, European Union and
Vote him
stuff like
out.
that. So
Vote him out. Kick him out. Vote him out.
yeah, I wish.
All right.
But anyway, I would like to ask you a question. What do you think if Islam never existed? Let's say it never did. What would be the biggest achievement of the Arabs? Would they?
The
What
whole
would
world
they
will be
be
different. Not only
today?
the Arab, the whole world will be different. So Islam, wherever it goes, like the most aggressive criminals, Muslims, is the Uyghur Chinese. Like during the war in Syria, the Uyghur, the most bloody, filthy creatures ever. Like everybody speak about the Uyghur in China, they are sick bastard. So wherever Islam goes, filth and termite go with it. It doesn't matter what Arab, not Arab. What about Erdogan and Turkey? What about Chinese Muslims? It doesn't matter which country. A person who is from your country, he converted to Islam, he became a beast. So Islam is satanic. It changed the heart of a human being into a satanic person. It doesn't matter what the ethnic is, black, white. Like what about the Muslim in Nigeria, Boko Haram, kidnapping, raping, stealing? It's the same. Doesn't matter where you go. The same garbage. Islam is Islam. Wherever you go is the same. All right.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I've been watching you for some time actually. For I don't know, 6 years ago, 6 years, or maybe 5 years ago, I stopped watching you so frequently, because of the university and stuff like that. But I remember that I was quite stunned, because I didn't know much about Islam, and in Poland it's like exotic thing, We hear about Islam, we don't want Muslims. If you meet some Muslims and they are cool with you, that's okay. Well, actually, we in Poland we have some Muslims. They've been here for I guess centuries. They are called Tatars, but they are friendly. They don't cause any trouble. And we've got like I don't know, maybe 2 mosques in Poland. One was actually vandalized one time in Warsaw.
When they are
but I
minority,
remember I
when they
was.
are little tiny minority,
Mhm.
they act kindly until they become big in number, and then they will show you their real color. When they are very small, tiny in number, they have to behave. This is not a choice. As soon as they get little bit in number, a good size, then you will see a different story. It's like a puppy. He is so friendly, but then he become vicious as soon his teeth is getting bigger and he become big size. This is why Winston Churchill, he said, rabies for dogs is the same as Islam for a human. All right. Which city you are in Poland, if you don't mind to say, if it's okay?
Yeah, I'm actually in the most Jewish city in Poland. It's called Helm. I don't know how to say it in I don't know, Hebrew or Arabic, of course. Helm.
Okay.
Or there are even
I've been in
like stories.
I've been in a city. It's called Krakow.
Yeah, Krakow. Yeah.
Krakow. Yeah, I've been in that city.
Krakow.
Krakow. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, cool. Did you like it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. Beautiful and nice people too. Polish people are very nice people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, the
it's
city
European, so, you know.
has a lot of like all the structures and buildings and nice. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very friendly.
Yeah, it's classic in European city. Yeah, but going back to the topic, if you don't mind, I remember that, you know, like culture crash or cultural crash, like two cultures colliding. Because before I really thought about Islam like it's, you know, like it's very very similar to Christianity or Judaism, and it's just for Arabs, you know. But it turns out it's just it's not even like deep, you know. It's just stupid. You take a, I don't know, schizophrenic man like Mohammed or whatever he had. Maybe he was a psychopath, a narcissist, whatever. And you just, I don't know. And he makes religion, and he says stupid stuff, and he rapes people, and he murders people, and that's it. And the whole religion spreads. You got some, you know, wild people from the desert. They continue spreading the religion. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
That's just it.
He's a gang
I
leader.
remember telling actually.
He's a gang leader, and the whole point is to spread his, you know, to spread his authority and take over. A gang, you know, gang is a gang. The gang is sponsored by an idea that this man is a prophet, so he can have an absolute authority over the gang, and nobody question his decision. That's all. So anytime people they question what he's doing, he say, "God said to me," you know, and then nobody will dare to question why. Yeah. Anyway, my friend, thank you very much.
Yeah, sometimes. Okay.
Okay, no, sorry. If you want to say anything, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Yeah. Just one more thing, you know, because sometimes when I watch, for example, people like Muhammad Hijab and other people, other, let's say, scholars, Islamic scholars, I don't believe that they are so stupid and gullible that they believe in their own religion, because it's obviously stupid. But sometimes I think that they've been born into this, you know, culture, and they have nothing more, or maybe then they don't think that they have anything else. It's just Islam, and they are keep defending it because they think that they are the Islam, you know, like their identity is just, I am Muslim and nothing more, you know.
Yeah, they are.
So
they are not a believer.
defending
Really.
themselves.
They don't believe. It's identity for them. The second you say Muslim, they like this, they get alert. It's just like you're attacking me, you know. But they don't believe. And same time, those two names you mentioned, Mimi Hijab, Hidayat, they are doing business. They get rich from behind Islam, you know. What their job exactly? What they do for a living? You know, they became making hundreds of thousands of dollars from Islam. So they will defend it with their teeth if they could. However, because they are evil and they are not really believing in the religion, they have a whole website just to attack Muslims, not Christian Prince. The whole page is to make videos of Muslims, because what they do, because they are doing business, and what the business is about is competition, right? So anyone, he become famous, you know, and you don't join them to be under their arms, they go and make videos about him and they bully him. It doesn't matter who. So they have a video of everyone who is known bullying the guy, even though he is supposed to defend Islam. But because they don't want anyone to compete with them, they make videos to bully any Muslim, not only Christians. In fact, they have videos to bully Muslims way more than videos for bullying Christians. They are doing business. All right. All right, thank you, my friend. I don't know if I lost you. I think we have second Athari. Go ahead, Athari.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
If you could answer for me.
Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I am.
All right. What sect, if you don't mind to say?
Sunni.
All right.
Sunni.
Go ahead.
I have a question regarding the story of the adulterous woman. Like, a lot of people argue
about what,
and I want to, you know,
about what,
that it's a fabrication. So I was wondering what your stance on that.
What is a fabrication? I don't understand. What?
The story of the adulterous woman. Like, a lot of people argue that it's a fabrication that's been added to the Bible.
Oh, okay.
It's an addition.
What do you think yourself?
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, you have a lot of textual critics arguing that it is an addition, considering that the oldest manuscripts don't have it. The oldest quotings from the church fathers, right, come around 400 years after.
You as a Muslim, do you have the oldest Quran script to confirm anything about the story?
What do you mean confirm about the story?
Because if this is a story happened, do you have any confirmation in the Quran of something Jesus said? You have nothing about the Quran, about Jesus.
Again, that's
when you
irrelevant.
Say, no, it's relevant because you're a Muslim.
No, it isn't. Because,
remember.
Yeah, but again,
let me answer you. No problem. Okay, remember, you are a Muslim. You believe that this book, the book you're attacking right now, is sent by Allah, correct?
No, I don't believe the New Testament to have been sent by Allah.
But isn't it your Allah says Allah He sent the Injil?
Well, again, that's presupposing that what you have today is the Injil.
600 years after Jesus, Muhammad, he have his hand on a book. It's called Injil. What is that book?
Okay, again, so first of all, the reason I don't consider the Injil to be what you have today is because what you have today is just more like a autobiography of Jesus from his so-called what you believe to be companions. But even if that's the case, it's irrelevant whether what I believe, because it's an internal critique on your belief, right?
First of all,
no, but
who said to you?
Topic.
Okay, hold on. First of all, who care about what you said? Because for us as a Christians, there's many. We have a freedom. There's people they can deny the whole book. They can deny. They can accept. There's atheists making books against the Bible. And you Muslims, as an example, you bring someone like Part Herman, who is an atheist, making fun of God, to prove a point against Christianity. So Mimi Hijab, he brought this guy, and he asked him if Jesus was killed or not. The same guy you are talking about manuscript. And then this guy, he says, I believe that Jesus was died, and he's totally dead and buried. So this is the same critic you are talking about, is saying something, contradict and prove your Quran to be false. So if you believe what those people say, then you have to believe what those people say. So do you agree with him that Jesus was killed and your Quran is lying?
I don't take from Bart Ehrman in this topic. I don't understand why.
It doesn't matter. Those are the critic, the one who they speak about against the Bible. For us, we don't. For us, my friend, for us, we don't care about those people you are mentioning. None of this story is true, because simply, if there is a new document, if there is a document, is mentioned verse and the verse is not there, does not mean the verse never was there, because simply there's other manuscript, they have the verses. So this is what the Bible is about. There is no book. There's a manuscript. We collect them all together, and every day we receive a new manuscript. So the new manuscript confirm the old one. There's no manuscript says this story never exists. There's manuscript, there's pages, then we put them together and we compare and we find that all the stories are true. So the critic you are talking about is not valid, and it doesn't count for us. In the same time, I want to ask your opinion now. Do you accept this method to approve a book, the one you mentioned now?
Okay, so
no, do you agree? Do you agree with this method you mentioned to me?
I'll let you interrupted me because I was speaking before you, but I'll let you finish.
So do you agree? Do you agree? Okay, do you agree with the method you mentioned to me to use it for your book?
Again, so what I believe is irrelevant, because again, it's an internal critique.
Because it's about what you believe. You are coming to me with what you believe. You came to me with this story because you believe in something, right? So I'm asking you, do you agree with the same method? No, if you don't agree with the method, that means you are a hypocrite. Do you agree with the method which you mentioned to me to disapprove? Do you agree with the method you mentioned to me to disapprove or approve your book?
I agree with this, yeah.
Okay, so when Aisha, she said that the chapter of Al-Baqarah used to be equal to the chapter of the cow. Is Aisha a valid source?
Yeah, Aisha is a valid source.
Okay, so your Quran, based on this, missing more than 200 verses in one chapter. What you say?
Well, again, we look at the timeline of the hadith, right? Because we have something called Tariq al-Hadith. We know when hadiths are reported, right? So
So
first you look at, are you talking about the hadith where they're comparing Baqarah to another surah, or no?
I just mentioned to you, Aisha, she said that the chapter of Al-Baqarah used to be equal to the chapter of the cow. Who said that? Aisha. Okay. I asked you, do you accept what Aisha said? You say yes. Okay. Is Aisha the valid source? Yes. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So the first of all, the difference would be, right, that it would be a valid source because it's a companion. The same way you take church father quotations, that's fine. But I'm saying the church father quotations.
First of all, maybe you don't know me. I don't take any. Hold on. No. You are talking to Christian friends. No. Let me tell you about myself. My book is only the Bible. No church father. Only the Bible. Anything else is not my father. The Bible says your only father is Father in heaven. So I have one father is God. So don't mention to me anyone. So I'm asking you now.
Okay.
Is what Aisha said is valid or not?
It's valid. I'll tell you why it's valid.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
So again, you're assuming that this hadith was reported when Baqarah, right, or the chapter had been fully revealed, right? Because again, we don't believe that the Quran was sent down as one big thing. We believe that verses, came down during certain times, during certain contexts, right? That's why, for example, a lot of the verses about war came down during when the Muslims were attacked, right? But you saying that you don't accept church father quotations.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Just to show you how funny you are. You just said the Baqarah did not came all in the same time. This is after Muhammad's death. So the Baqarah came to continue to come after Muhammad died. You are saying to me now that the Baqarah continued to come and Allah sent revelation after Muhammad died. Aisha, she said that after Muhammad's death.
That's a straw man, right? So I'll tell you why it's a straw man. You're presupposing that when Aisha is saying this. Okay, so can you bring me the hadith, please?
There we go.
First of all,
you speak Arabic. You speak Arabic.
Secondly, hold on. Secondly, no, I'm not fluent in Arabic. Secondly, let me finish speaking because you've been interrupting me.
All right.
When it comes to church father quotations, why don't you accept them?
I did not say I don't accept them. I said I accept as a Bible for me only the Bible.
Okay, perfect. So
we don't have in Christianity, we don't have a book. It's called Hadith. We don't. So the Bible, Jesus said, the disciples said. That's it. So then anyone else, he can say whatever he wants. At church, my friend, at church, priest is a priest. He is not the prophet. He don't speak for God, and he is not God. Jesus
but that's not how church.
No, this is not up to you. This I'm the believer, not you. You Muslims, you take whatever who says, and Muhammad, he says he is more important than Allah. And now I'm showing you the reference. Here we go. This is way after Muhammad's death. Read for me.
Again, can you let me finish speaking? I never got to finish my argument. So stick to the topic without moving the goalpost, right? What evidence do you have to suggest that the story of the adulterous woman is truly from the Bible and it's an authentic report from the Bible?
What is the proof you have that any story in the Quran is truly happened?
Again, whether I have proof for that or not, it's irrelevant because it's an internal critique.
You see, the word irrelevant is showing the hypocrisy because you are asking me to give you a proof, even though we have tens of thousands of manuscripts, including that chapter. So if somebody said this is his opinion, we laugh at it. So now it is your duty. It's your duty. You see, I accepted your challenge, and you failed to practice your own. Yes,
the issue is
because simply I just showed you that Aisha, and this is after Muhammad's death.
Can you bring me the hadith?
It's in front of you. Read it.
Yeah, but I told you give it to me in English. I told you I'm not fluent in Arabic.
So you do not know even how to read your book in Arabic, and now you became expert.
I know how to read it, but I'm not saying that I understand all of the Arabic. I'm currently learning Arabic.
There's no problem. You can use Google Translation. You can use this is your Imam Ad-Durr al-Manthur al-Suyuti, Jalaluddin al-Suyuti. Okay, and here let me translate for you. You see my screen?
Just use the website's translation.
I'm using
Suyuti is, but again,
I'm using.
Stick to the topic.
Do you see? Do you see? Okay, hold on. I'm just showing you. You are hypocrite. You are trying to say, let us say for the sake of argument, if all the story about the adulteress is not exist, if it's all of it's not exist, never exist, is that going to change who is Jesus? No. But
Again,
if,
no, it does.
but
It
if,
does because
hold on.
it shows.
But then, if your God Allah, 600 years after Jesus, confirm what is between the hand of the Christians, 600 years after Jesus, I want to ask you, the manuscript you mentioned about the adulterer, what is the age of it?
Again, so
I'm asking you, what is the age of the
because you
manuscript?
keep interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Don't tell me again.
Stick to
Don't
the
tell me
topic.
again. I want numbers.
I'm interrupting you.
No, don't. I'm not. You can
great.
interrupt. No problem.
Anyways,
I'm saying to you,
as I was saying,
can you give me the reference with the date and the ages of those manuscripts? Right.
Again, as I was saying, right?
Don't say Allah. He said, don't give me the reference. You mentioned something. You have to prove it. Give me the age.
Can you let me finish?
I will get you smashed in a second. I will get you smashed in a second. Give me the age and of the document where it says that this verses never exist. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, so number one, we believe in abrogation, so there would be no issue, right?
Stop with abrogation, you idiot. After Muhammad,
let me finish speaking.
After Muhammad he died, you abrogated the Quran. Are you stupid or what?
No, that's not the hadith. That's what I'm telling you. Give me the hadith.
I'll give it to you. It's in front of you on the screen. Here we go. And this is Aisha, and this is Aisha. And why you don't want to give me the manuscript too? Give me the manuscript and the date. So listen, you have to give me two things. I give you my reference. I give you my proof. You are a talker. You are a chicken. So now here we go. This is Aisha. Here says not only Aisha, there's many references. Okay, read.
Give me no. Wait, hold on. You know that I don't understand Arabic, and neither does the audience, and you're just giving your own interpretation of the hadith. Now let me finish speaking before you start speaking again, right? I'm telling you, right? Stick to the topic. The topic. What was the topic? That whether the story of the adulterous woman is a fabrication or not.
I said no.
It isn't.
I said no.
Okay, and I'm contesting that claim. I'm saying that you have no evidence that it's original from the Bible. Can you give me evidence?
And you have no. Yes, I have, because we have manuscripts.
Okay. What's the oldest manuscript?
You potato. It is you who mentioned something. I asked you to show me the reference of what you said. You failed. Do you know why? Do you know why you failed?
No, I have a reference.
Do you know why you failed? Do you know why you failed? Because
you're asking me for evidence.
What you have is going to work against you. So, okay, in front of everybody, give me the reference. Give me the reference. Give me the reference.
Okay. The oldest manuscript that you have today is Codex Sinaiticus. Right?
Hold on. No, this is false, because we have different kind of manuscript. It's called icons, which is mosaic, which is a drawing. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Which is a drawing by rocks and art, describing every story of Jesus, and we will find every story of Jesus written in art. Jesus in the cross, Jesus in the mountain, Jesus with the rabbis. Every story of Jesus mentioned in the Bible is written by art, and those goes all the way to the 1st century. Now,
okay, that's fine. As I was saying, right, your oldest manuscript.
Give me the reference. Give me the reference.
Okay, the reference. Okay, hold on. I don't think you understand how, like, asking.
Give me the reference. Stop wasting my time. Either you are making up.
Hold on. I'm saying it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. What do you mean reference? If it doesn't exist, there would be no reference.
You said that there is a proof that those are not exist. I said, what is that? Give me.
Okay. The evidence is the fact that none of the oldest manuscripts contain the story.
What is the oldest manuscript doesn't have it? Give me.
Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, Alexandria.
Do you know how to read any of them?
There's translations. There's scans of it.
All right. Can you go and check for me? Okay, the story you are talking about. Who is the first one who mentioned it? Who is the first one who mentioned to you that this has never exist? Can you give me the website?
It wasn't a website. I was told by an atheist.
You've been told by an atheist?
Yes.
And you believe in atheist?
Okay, so can I not like take scientific things from atheists because they're atheists?
It's a scientific things. Well, atheists,
Well,
they
yeah,
say,
it's
atheists, they
well,
say that they used to be ape and they become a human. So now
yeah,
you take some atheists.
No, there are atheists who don't believe in that either. Do you know, like, there are
Okay.
atheists who don't believe in
All right.
evolution.
So this atheist
Again,
is different. He don't believe in Darwinism.
Yeah, okay. This is again.
So
like,
look, you
what you're doing. What you're doing is a logical.
You
hold on,
failed
hold
to
on,
give
hold on.
me anything,
Hold on, let me finish
you
speaking,
failed to give me anything of your topic. I am
Let me
giving
finish
you.
speaking.
I am giving you. Read with
Let me
me.
finish
Read with me. Read with me.
No,
Read
let me
with me.
finish. See, you're running from the topic. You're jumping to the hadith. You're jumping to the hadith.
Here we
You're
go.
jumping to the hadith.
This is the hadith.
Listen,
Read
as
it.
I was saying, right?
Read it. Here we go. This is the hadith.
Again, you're using Google Translate, which you know is fallible.
So what I would do, if you're a donkey, you don't know Arabic, is that my fault?
May God bless him and grant him peace. Surat al-Ahzab was recited as 200 verses.
Can you give me the reference for the
copies
hadith?
of the Quran, he was unable to do anything
Can you give me the
except
reference
what
for
it
the
is
hadith?
now.
Can you give me the reference of the hadith? Yes, sure, no problem. Here we go. The book, here we go. This is the book. This is your sheikh, the biggest sheikh ever in history of Islam, As-Suyuti. Variant number 11.
No, why are you lying?
Variant number 11.
Hold on.
Variant number 11. Yes, he is the biggest history. He is the biggest in the history of Islam. Do you know how many books this guy he wrote?
Again.
All right.
Again.
So shut up.
I know he wrote Tafsir al-Jalalain.
Okay, hold on. Is As-Suyuti getting this from his ass or from your books?
Again.
Stop saying again. Abdul, what's wrong with you with again? I'm asking you.
I have to say again
where As-Suyuti he got this from?
Okay.
Okay.
As I was saying, right?
Okay. What about different reference? Forget about this one. This one he don't like him, guys. He don't like this guy. This guy is nobody. As-Suyuti is nobody. So it's Aisha. She's saying now this is a different book. I will show you a different book. Here we go. And now you will say. Okay. Hold on. This is Muslim Ahmed. This is. Do you
notice how you ran? Notice how you ran. Notice how you ran to this as soon as you couldn't answer my question about the Codex Sinaiticus. I'm telling you.
See,
that none
I
of the
asked you where you get this from. You said to me an atheist. He told me. So in order to debate with somebody, you have to give evidence of what you are saying. You are an idiot. I debate you. I give you my evidence from your books. I don't give you guessing. I give you proofs. So your books.
You know that's a logical fallacy. You saying that somebody.
Your books.
Hold on.
Your books.
You saying.
Your books. Your books. Okay. Your books.
You saying that his argument is false simply because he's atheist, right?
No, I said to you, give me the evidence.
That's exactly what you did.
I said to you, I don't care if he's an atheist or not. I did not ask you who. I asked you, give me the evidence. The stupid you have no evidence. Okay, hold on. So now, who is the one who have evidence? Me or you? Okay. Al-Imam Ahmed.
You have to mute me.
Imam Ahmed. Is he a valid source for you?
Imam Ahmed and his Musnad is both weak and Hassan and Sahih.
It is Sahih, weak, mix up, potato, tomato. So what you are saying to us?
Stupid?
Okay.
Are you claiming that?
Okay, hold on. First of all, this is Sahih. Okay, let me show you. Here we go. In front of everybody. Here we go. It says Sahih. Here we go. This is durar.net, your Sunni terrorist website. It says here, قال لي أبي كم تعدون سورة الأحزاب. My dad, he asked me, how you count the chapter of Al-Ahzab. I said 73 verses. He said it used to be equal to the chapter of Al-Baqarah, and in it says that the adult and the adulterer, or the sheikh and sheikha, the old and the older, if they commit adultery, stone them. Now, is that da'if or sahih?
Again, so for example, you have scholars who claim, right, in the chain you have Yazid ibn Abi Ziyad.
My father said to me,
where is Yazid? Where is Yazid?
If you open Kutub al-Rijal, right? If you open, for example, where's the hadith and which book is it?
Here we go. It says here, guys, in front of everybody. Does it say Sahih? Here we go.
Again. Okay, who's the alim who gives this grading?
What? I mean,
Who's
these
giving the
guys,
grading?
he is coming to me, and each time I show him something, he say this is fabricated.
Who's giving the grading? Who's giving the grading?
The book of who? So what you are proving to us by your statement that the books of Muslims are nothing but a fabrication. Just say it.
The books of Muslim
Are fabrication.
Are you saying this is from Muslim?
The books of Muslims, isn't it Muslim? Those Muslims, or they are Hindus?
I thought you meant Sahih Muslim. Well, yeah. Again, some
Okay.
scholars record.
Do you accept Sahih Muslim? Do you accept Sahih Muslim?
Yeah, I do. But anyways,
Okay.
as I was saying,
No, not anyways.
Don't jump. Don't jump.
Hold on, guys.
Me. Hold on.
Accept Sahih Muslim. Do you accept Sahih Muslim? So if I show you something from Sahih Muslim, do you accept?
Don't switch topic. The topic first was Codex
Guys, did I switch anything? Did I switch anything?
You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost. Stick to the topic. Don't switch. Don't be a coward.
Listen, the coward is you, Mr. Atheist Boy.
I know. Like your people.
The atheist, the coward is you. I ask you, you refuse.
I know. Like your people are eaten by lions, but calm down. There's no need to be stressed.
Okay, so now, are you going to answer or not? Is this hadith is correct or not?
I'm saying it's differed upon. I'm saying there's no ijma upon the hadith that it's
okay.
sahih,
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I want to give you 5 minutes to find me the answer. Is that fair?
Again, so the issue is
how many times you have to say the word again?
Because you're not listening. I have to repeat again so you can listen.
No, you keep saying again, but I'm asking you, can you prove this hadith to be false?
Again, as I was saying.
Because you're not listening. Don't say the word again. Can you prove this hadith to be false?
There are some scholars who graded it false, yeah.
Okay, go on. Give me the reference.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, as I was saying, right?
Don't say as again and as I saying. Give me the reference.
All right. So, are you going to listen to me or no?
I want reference. You don't count. You said that this is not accepted.
Okay, but
I show you. It says sahih. Do you know how to read sahih? Sahih. Sahih.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the hadith is sahih. Is it sahih or it is fabricated?
What was the original topic? Answer the question.
The original topic is about corruption.
Yeah, of the story of the adulteress, not the Quran.
Okay. If I said to you, isn't it the Bible sent by Allah? You said, I don't believe this is the one sent by Allah. I said to you, give me the age of the reference you are talking about because I can use it as a date to get you busted. You refused. You told me, an atheist told me. You refused to give it to me because that would be an embarrassment. For you have 0. And I gave you, from your book, that one chapter alone, missing more than 200 verses. What do you do? The first reference I show you, you said not accepted. The second one I show you, you said that's not accepted. So what
are you talking about? This is this the okay? Let me read the narration. Is this the one you're talking about? Right?
Read
how many you're not talking about how many verses do you recite in Surah Al-Ahzab? Sah? That's not the one you're talking about.
It says how many verses you have in the Ahzab. He said 37, 73. Sorry. All right. And then he said it used to be equal to Al-Baqarah. I can show you the hadith of Aisha. I can show you. Go ahead.
So if it's an abrogation, right?
What abrogation? Muhammad, he died.
Yeah, again, so that doesn't change. It doesn't matter if he died or not, right? If he had memorized
the Quran after he died?
No, it was abrogated when he was alive.
Okay. I want you to explain to the people here that you decide to take 200 verses from the Quran because it's abrogated. Explain to them. Go ahead.
Okay, so the companions of the Prophet ﷺ, right, they memorized the Quran. Right? If you look at the narration, it is speaking about recitation, right? Not how many words are written, right? So I'll give you an example, right? If I memorized the abrogated verses of a chapter, right, and my friend says, how many do you recite? And so I recite these, right? Because but these were abrogated. I still have them memorized. Right, but that doesn't mean just because I still have them memorized, it means that it therefore still exists and therefore it was never abrogated. Right, the same way you could have some of the companions could have the verses of stoning that were abrogated memorized, right? But that doesn't mean they were never memorized.
So are you saying you do Muslims still have the 200 verses are missing?
No, they're not missing. They were abrogated. So I'm saying
Are they still memorized? Are they still memorized? To make it simple.
They're not. No, they're not still memorized.
So why? Who told you to forget?
Because if they were abrogated, then why would you memorize something which is abrogated?
There's many verses. There's many verses in the Quran today. There's many verses in the Quran today are abrogated. You memorize them.
Yeah. So when you read Usul al-Fiqh, right?
Mr. Usul al-Fiqh, don't change the topic. If you memorize verses, if you memorize, did Allah anywhere He says to you? Did Allah Messenger? Did Allah Messenger? Hold on. Did Allah Messenger anywhere He says to you, the verses who they are abrogated, don't memorize them no more?
You're getting nervous. Listen.
Did Allah anywhere He said to you, Mr. Nervous?
You're getting nervous.
Mr. Nervous. Did Allah He said to you
You
anywhere?
think I'm switching the topic? I'm not. Right? Because I'm telling
where
you,
Allah Messenger said to you, forget 200 verses in one chapter. Can you show me?
Because there are three types of abrogation, right? So one of them is that it was completely abrogated from the Quran.
How?
One of them.
How you know it's totally completed? How?
Because you have reports, right, from the Sunnah.
So you're a prophet. So again,
hold on.
So you are saying, so you're a prophet. So you're a prophet. Never say to you, don't remember them, right?
Okay. Again, let me finish speaking. Right. So you have abrogated verses which are still in the Quran, right? They're still there, right? Ibn Uthaymeen mentions this. And then you have abrogated verses which aren't left in the Quran, right? But there's also another type of abrogation which I can give to you as well if you want it. But this, if you read the books of Usul al-Fiqh, this is what it mentions, right? The same way, for example, you don't take certain rulings from the Old Testament, right? Which would mean those rulings are not abrogated, right? That doesn't mean that you memorize parts of the Old Testament which are abrogated. No, they're still left in there for a reason they are, right? But they can still be abrogated. That's what you're not understanding. I'm telling you that just because a verse isn't in you have abrogated verses which are in the Quran and some that aren't, right? Therefore, that doesn't mean that one was forgotten or one is a fabrication or somebody removed something out of their own will. Ibn Uthaymeen in his Sharh of Waraqat, right, in the chapter of Nasakh, Mansukh, he mentions that the hikmah of keeping the abrogated verses in the Quran is many. Some of them being, for example, to show Allah's mercy, that he would make it easier for his companions. Like you showed the verse, for example.
Okay, I will go with you. So why you don't keep those 200 verses in one chapter to show Allah mercy?
Because again, some verses wait, it doesn't matter why or why not.
No, you said to me the matter. You told me why. You mentioned to me Uthman. This guy, he said you can marry a woman in the intent of divorcing her, which means he allowed mut'ah. This guy, you mentioned his name. So you are mentioning to me a potato from Saudi Arabia. Listen, I am asking you, did your prophet, did your God say so? What you mentioned to me? You mentioned to me a sheikh in Saudi Arabia. I'm asking you, who is the one who commanded you to drop more than 213 verses in one chapter? In one chapter alone. We did not mention the rest. One chapter alone, more than 213 verses in one chapter alone. Where you get the command to drop it? Show me the reference.
Okay, I'll give you the reference. But again, I just want to clarify the argument which you made doesn't really matter, because you said, oh, Uthaymeen said this, therefore his argument is invalid. But that's a fallacy, and you know it, right? Just because
Abdul, if Uthaymeen he said that, he have to prove it from his prophet. He is not the prophet. So if I say to you something, if I say something to you against the Bible, if I say to you something against the Bible, you will say to me, where you get this from? I have to get it for you from something authentic, something of authority. Who is this Sheikh Uthaymeen? So now I'm asking you, you agreed that more than 200 verses in the chapter of Al-Baqarah are gone. You said it's abrogated. Give me the command of the abrogation, where we can find them.
Okay, I'll bring it to you.
All right.
But can you show me where Uthaymeen says that about
I will give you 10th century to show me the command of abrogation. Go ahead.
Okay, but I'm asking because you made a claim about Uthaymeen. Can you bring the evidence for that, please?
It's you who mentioned to me that he said that.
You said that Uthaymeen said you can marry someone with the intent of divorce.
Okay. Yeah, but don't change the topic. I will show you. After we finish this one, I will show you the reference. Give me the command. Go ahead.
But don't you see how kind of ridiculous you are?
Just give me the reference so we can laugh.
Huh?
Give me the reference. Where is the command given to you to drop 200 verses in one chapter?
Okay, so again, but can I ask you
how many times you say? How many times you say again? I'm waiting for the reference.
Okay, so can you let me finish speaking, or?
I'm waiting for the reference. Where the reference?
The evidence is ijma of Muslimin.
What? This is evidence?
Like
what?
Yes, in Islam. Yes, it is an evidence in Islam. So you have three. You have
what?
What?
The ijma is the ijma. Now, who is the ijma? What do you mean?
The ijma of the scholars, right? So
what? Guys,
the ijma of the scholars.
Guys, hear? Did you hear? The scholars, they decide to drop a massive portion of the Quran. Just they decide.
No,
scholars.
You're strawmanning my argument. Don't strawman my argument. Don't do that. I said there are three types of abrogation, right? And these three types of abrogations are found in the Quran. They're found in the Quran, right? Now you said, what's the evidence that you divide into three types of abrogation, right?
Abdul, I don't care about the first type, the second type, the three type. First of all,
you asked for.
You see, just to show you how stupid hypocrite you are. If I give you the answer the same you gave me now, guys, hold on. Let us say when you came here, let me talk. When you came here, you said to me, "What about the verses of the adulteress in the Bible?" Imagine if I'm a Muslim, I would say to you, "Oh, the scholars agree to do abrogation for the Bible, so they decide to drop it, and then the scholars they decide to add it again." You see how stupid you are? So you are saying to me, the one who decide to add what need to be added to the Quran is not your God, is not your prophet, is not Allah, it is a scholar. You said that.
No, that's not what I said.
You said that. You say, I ask you, give me the proof. Guys, did I ask him to give me the proof of the command? I said, give me the command. Who is the one who command to drop those verses? I said to you, hold on. You said to me those verses abrogated before the Prophet died. I said, no. You said to me abrogated because I said to you, abrogate after the Prophet died. You said, no, before. That means the Prophet said those are abrogated. Show me what the Prophet said about them.
So
who is the one who made decision that those verses are abrogated? Who is the one who made decision? You said that they are the scholars.
Can I speak?
They are the scholars.
Can I speak? I said abrogation is divided into three types, right? Abrogations of the verse, but not the ruling, right? Like stoning. Abrogation of the ruling, but not the verse, right?
Actually, this is making more stupid because now you are saying to me, you have to follow the law, but you decide to delete the law. Who is the stupid who want to believe in that? So stoning to death.
No.
Yes.
That's not what I said.
Why
Again,
you want to delete? Okay. Why you want to delete from the Quran the verses of stoning to death if you have to follow it?
Again, so are you gonna let me finish speaking?
Do you know how many times you said the word again? Why you have to drop the verse of stoning to death if it is still valid and not even abrogated? Why you decide to take it off?
Okay, because that hukum, right? You have a narration from the Prophet ﷺ.
Show me.
Right, which mentioned. But let me finish speaking. So you know the claim.
No. Show me where Muhammad said, "Don't add this verse to the Quran."
Okay, as I was saying before you interrupted me. Right?
Again, don't forget to say again. Don't forget to say again. Again, as I was saying, show me why you drop. Okay, hold on. You see the. In the Quran, before the goat, there's the Quran before the goat and the Quran after the goat. So when the goat,
what does Qurtubi say about that?
When the Quran been eaten by the goat, at that time, the verse of stoning to death, right, was there. Is that correct?
What's the evidence for that? That it was there.
Huh?
But even if the goat ate the verse, like not the verse, but if the goat ate the paper, right? That doesn't change the fact that people had it memorized. Right?
Okay, so why it's in the Quran, guys? If the Quran is collected after Muhammad by Uthman, why Uthman did not add those verses? Read it. So you said to me it's abrogated. You lied. You said it's abrogated.
Are you going to? Yeah, I said the verse is, but not the hukum. So are you going to let me finish speaking?
Okay, now hold on. Where you get the comment? Where you got the evidence? Okay, where you got the verse? Where you got the evidence that the verse is abrogated? Where? Give me the reference.
Again, so Allah says in the Quran.
Again.
That. Are you going to let me finish speaking?
Give me the reference where the verse is abrogated.
Okay. So Allah says in the Quran that if we abrogate a verse, we will surely replace it, or a hukum, a verse or a hukum.
You don't even know how to say your Quran, man. What are you talking about? The verse you are quoting for me is about the Arab. They were laughing at Muhammad. They said, look at him. He enjoy his people with something. He forbid it by the morning. I mean, have you ever heard of a person, he say something at night, and then he change it in the morning?
Okay, I could say the same thing. Why does Jesus abrogate like all of the Old Testament laws?
He never.
But you say he came to fulfill them.
Hold on. You see, you are changing the topic now. First of all,
no. The same way you change. No.
Jesus never abrogated anything. The Old Testament is still there. Nothing changed. He did not take any verses. He did not say go and delete them. Nothing changed. There's verses came for Moses in the time of Moses to follow by the people of Moses. There's a covenant happened between God and Abraham and the children of Abraham. And then Jesus come in a new era. As an example, when the time of the children of Adam, they married their sisters. Okay. It was allowed in the time of Adam. In the time of Adam, for the children to marry their sisters. Can we marry our sisters now? No. Why? Because things have changed. So now the same. But here, the verses you are mentioning to me, that Allah, He changed. Allah, He abrogate revelation, and He caused it to be forgotten. This is what you fall. You see, guys, did He say, we remember them? No. He said, yes, we remember them. In fact, no. According to the Quran, Allah, He caused the Muslims to forget the Quran. Is that correct?
So are you gonna let me finish speaking or no?
Did Allah cause you to forget the Quran?
Whatever a verse do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring a better one or similar to it.
Okay. Did Allah cause you to forget the Quran?
Not the Quran. It's talking about a verse.
Is the verse a Quran or not?
Yeah, but again, so it's like a...
Okay, so let me repeat the question.
You don't let me finish speaking.
Did Allah cause you to forget the Quran?
In what sense? Like,
what sense? Forget. What sense? Even this one needs explanation. Allah gave you Quran. Allah gave you Quran. Did Allah cause you to forget Quran?
But yeah, because it's His qadr.
And why Allah will make you forget His Quran? I thought it's preserved.
Yeah, so again, so if I forget a verse, let's say I memorized a verse from Surah Al-Baqarah.
What verse? I just showed you 200 verses.
Let me finish speaking. Be quiet. You old man, bro. You frail old man. Be quiet. As I was saying, right? If I memorize Surah Al-Baqarah and then I don't read Surah Al-Baqarah for a month and then I forget the verse, so I have to go repeat it. That doesn't mean that the Quran is no longer preserved just because I forgot something of it.
What?
Do you not understand the example?
Did Allah cause did Allah cause the Quran to be forgotten for one Muslims or all the Muslims?
What? Not all Muslims, no.
No?
Not all
okay.
Muslims, no.
Guys, not all Muslims. Thank you very much. So now recite for me the 200 verses which is missing in the chapter of the cow. A chapter of
They're abrogated. They're abrogated. So
no problem. But still, you remember them. They are abrogated as ruling. Maybe.
No.
Maybe not.
They're abrogated. No, they're abrogated as in text, right?
Why you want to abrogate? Okay, why you want to abrogate if Allah did not say to you abrogate them? Why? Who is the one who decided to delete them?
The Prophet, alayhi salatu wassalam.
Give me the reference. Wonderful, guys. He said the Prophet. Give me the reference. Who said? There is 200 verses, 213, 14 verses in the chapter of the cow, of the chapter of the Baqarah, of Azhar.
Okay,
I want you to delete them. Go ahead. Give me reference. What happened?
I'm bringing you the reference. Wait.
Oh, okay. I will give you 10 million years. You see how sure I am? I will give you 10 billion years. Do you see how stupid this religion? They have thousands of verses are missing. And they speak about the preserved Quran.
Okay, okay, before I continue, right?
Give me the reference.
Yeah, again, but before I give you the reference, because I'm gonna
Stop saying again. Stop saying again. Give me the reference.
That verse is evidence for me, right?
What? This verse is evidence for you?
Yeah, that verse is evidence for me. Yeah.
Okay, how you know? Okay, hold on, guys. He said, "Let me look for the reference," and he went and he found nothing. He found that his pocket is empty. He's bankrupt. So now he came back to this. But this one says, "Look how stupid you are." This verse says, "Allah will cause it to be forgotten." You said we did not forget it. You said that. Everybody heard you.
So, as I was saying, right?
I was saying, don't say again. Again, as I was saying, not only as I was saying.
So, as I was saying, first of all, if you want to argue, number one, if you argue that the story of the adulterous woman, right? If you want to argue that, oh, that's okay, then you can't, and that the Bible isn't changed, then I could use the same argument here. But I won't, because obviously
we don't. We did not say it's changed. Nobody says changed. I did not say that. It's you who said that. You said the Bible changed. You said the Bible changed. You failed to prove it. You told me an atheist told you. You told me an atheist told you. Potato, listen. Atheist told you. Now I showed you. Now I showed you that 200 verses, more than 213 verses missing in one, just one chapter.
Yeah,
I can continue. Okay, listen. I will make it simple for you.
Let me finish speaking.
I will make it simple for you. When the goat ate the Quran.
Let me finish speaking.
When the goat ate the Quran,
I said,
the verse,
I gave you the evidence.
The verse of stoning to death was there. Which chapter was?
Okay, I gave to you the evidence, right?
You gave me nothing.
To you the evidence.
Guys, did he give me anything?
I did give you the evidence.
Did he give me anything?
But the evidence is that that story doesn't exist in any of the early manuscripts, right? The first manuscript which it appears in.
You did not give me the evidence if it exists or not exist. You are making things up. I'm asking you now. Listen. Okay. I will do the Islamic hypocrisy. I will answer the Islamic hypocrisy. Brother, this story is abrogated. Brother, this story abrogated by Umar ibn Khattab. Here we go. Are you happy now? You asked me about the Bible. This story is abrogated. We have three kinds of abrogation, brother, in the Bible. I mean, this is the only religion in the world. They hide behind the tail of somebody. He's called Umar, Uthman, Aisha, etc. And they have no evidence. So now I'm asking you, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence that you can drop more than 213, 14 verses in one chapter is a book. You dropped a book.
Okay, as I was saying,
you dropped a book. Who is the one authorized you? You said to me, the scholars agree. So it is not Uthman. It is not Muhammad.
As I was saying,
it's not even the companion.
Stop interrupting me.
It is you Muslims long after.
Is this the manner of the Christians that you interrupt people?
Yes, I interrupt Abdul. They are liars.
Okay. So, again, as I was saying,
again?
I know you like the word again. Yeah, again. So, I'm telling. If I'm gonna give you an example, right? If
Don't give me
say,
example. I'm not smart like you. Tell me.
Christian
The
Prince,
breast, the verse of a breastfeed for
you're
adult.
interrupting me.
The verse of a breastfeed for adult 10 times. Which chapter was located in?
As I was saying, right?
Again,
I'll give you an example.
the verse of stoning,
If I say,
and breastfeeding for adult, where they were located in the Quran, and who is the one who dropped them? Is it the goat? Is it the goat or the scholars?
Calm down.
Is it the goats or the scholars?
Calm down. As I was saying,
is it the goat or the scholars?
If Christian Prince, if I told you there is no unicorn on Mars, and you say prove that. I'm saying there is no unicorn, therefore there is no proof.
Well, ask yourself for that, you idiot. Okay, okay, I will go with you. I will go with you. I will go with you.
The same. Hold on. The same thing applies here.
I will go with you. I will go with you. I will use your. I will use your logic. I will use your logic. You don't have. You don't have a Quran. You don't have a Quran. I say you don't have a Quran from the time of Muhammad.
The same thing applies here.
You see how stupid you are?
I'm telling you that the evidence doesn't exist.
Okay, listen.
There's no evidence
the
of
evidence
it being
doesn't
from the Bible.
exist. It
but
exists.
You claim it to be from the Bible, and I'm asking for your evidence.
Hold on.
When you say that it
first
is
of all, potato. Listen, let me explain to you. The Christians, when they collect their book, they don't have a high expensive material for books. They were using the cheapest. They are poor people who they are hiding for their life. The first time the Christian they have a valuable book is in the time when a king converted to Christianity. In Islam, the story is different. Because from the first 20 years, Muhammad is rich. He inherited all the money of Khadija. He became rich by marrying his mother. And he got the money from the spoil. And then he established a state. So he have income, he have a spoil, he have hundreds of slaves, he have the money to make a book. Yet we cannot find a book. The Christians, hold on, let me continue. The Christians, when the king converted to Christianity, nobody was thinking about copying and keeping those books, because even if you keep them, by time they will be demolished. They are very cheap quality of papers. We can't even call it papers. So they, by nature, they will be demolished. So the old manuscript we have, it doesn't mean necessarily that everything is written is going to be found in manuscript, because they were copying book from book from book from book from book from book, and nobody was thinking about in 2,000 years from now there's somebody will ask, where is the first book? This was not their attention. Their attention was to preserve the teaching. In your case, Muslims, you have different story, because you claim that you Muslims memorize the Quran in your heart. Wonderful. And you claim that Allah preserve it in our heart. Wonderful. Okay. The goat ate the Quran. The goat ate the verse of a breastfeeding for adult and is stoned to death. That is not an excuse for not having the verses, because simply the goat ate the paper, did not eat your memory. So now I'm asking you, where we can find the breastfeeding for adult 10 time verses, which chapter used to be exist in? The mic is yours.
Okay, perfect. Right? You said that you have no evidence, right?
I didn't say that.
Because the scribe's intention, hold on, wait. You said the scribe's intention was never to have it preserved for someone that comes later on to be able to see whether it's
I did not say, first of all, I did not say we don't have evidence. You're a liar.
Let me finish, be quiet.
Hold on, no. Shut up. Guys, did I say we have no evidence?
If you're saying that there's no manuscripts that we can look back at to prove its authenticity,
we have no evidence?
Right?
Did I say we have no evidence?
How can you know what's authentic?
You are a big fat liar. I said
if
that
the oldest manuscript comes
the
around
intention of a preservation, it was to preserve the books now, not yesterday. Listen.
And there's no continuity.
You are a liar. No, we have.
Then you have no evidence that it's authentic.
Because the book we have in our hand today have the story. You have to prove that this story was not there. We have it. Yeah. So now I'm asking you, how you see, I'm asking you about something you used to have, and this is from your books, where we can find the verses. You said to me, Prophet of Allah command us. Everybody heard you. I said, find me the reference. You will need 10 billion here to find such a thing, because it never exists. You're a liar. And instead of apologizing for lying, you keep saying again and again and again. So let me repeat again. 213, 14 verses is gone in one chapter. The scholars, they took it off. By the permission of who?
So
Again,
when you brought the verse, okay, don't interrupt me. Can you promise that you're not going to interrupt me, or is that too hard?
You can interrupt me too, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay, what's the point of having a debate if neither one of us can finish our arguments, if one is going to interrupt the other the whole time?
It's not about finishing the argument, it's about you have to give reference. So you fail to give reference for anything. I'm giving you reference. So I keep asking you the same question. Okay, we used to have 10 times breastfeeding for adult. You said that the Quran said that Allah, He abrogate verses. Okay, it says here that the 10 breastfeeding abrogated by 5. Where is the 5?
As I was saying, you're not sticking to the
Again,
topic.
you are saying, as I say, listen carefully.
Okay,
it was 10 times. Do you know how to read? You know how to read? It was 10 times. It was 10 times breastfeeding. Where is the 5?
Okay, I'll prove again. You said prove that this isn't originally from the Bible because we have it today, so you have to prove that it isn't. My evidence that it's not originally from the Bible is that the oldest quoting you have, right? The oldest quoting you have today is from Didymus the Blind, right?
Listen,
do you know when Didymus the Blind? Hold on, be quiet. Didymus the Blind.
Listen. First of all the names you are mentioning to me, all the names you mentioned to me mean nothing, because simply it is historical people who find document and then they refer them, they belong to who. So, and the age of them is based on what they study and based on what they say. However, until you find something very solid, a book, the whole book, saying clearly from the first page to the second page, the last page, and then we cannot find those verses, then we will say, okay, how come this verse is not there? Because we have the whole book. But the idiot you don't understand that those people don't have a book. They have pages, papers. This is the manuscript. It's not a book. So they are collecting the books, collecting the pages, and if somebody says to you, we could not find this, doesn't mean it's not exist. It means they did not find yet a manuscript. Confirm this. Which means more do appear. Like in the beginning, when the first time they find the first manuscript. Okay, is that at that time the Bible never was true? No, but they have nothing, few manuscript. More time come, they discover more. Or they compare to the Bible, is confirming, correct. More, confirm, more, confirm, more, confirm. So if we compare our Bible to your Quran, how many manuscript we have, you will find that your Quran have 0 manuscript. 0. The last time the Muslim, they come with something, it is mentioned in the what university in England? Somebody, a Christian person, he gave a gift, a piece of leather, have the Quran in it. And that's it. Otherwise, we don't have the Quran of Uthman. We don't even have Sahih al-Bukhari. We don't have even the book.
The issue with your
We
argument
don't even have Sahih Muslim. Listen. You don't have manuscript of the Quran
to align with each other. Therefore, that's evidence.
You don't
that's
have.
Not true.
Yes.
Because Bruce Metzger.
Hold on. First of all, I don't take the manuscript. I don't take the manuscript as an evidence. It is you who's doing that. Listen. I say the manuscript confirm what we have, but it's not my evidence, because I don't even know who wrote those manuscripts. How we know? Doesn't matter who, right? It is old, it's ancient, it exists, but we don't confirm the Bible because of a paper found, let us say 700 years ago or 1,000 years ago. That is not what confirm our Bible. But in your case, we have all the manuscript you are mentioning, and you have 0. But yet the hypocrite you never ask yourself to ask the same question for yourself. How thousands of verses are taken away from the Quran? If we check the story of the adulteress, how many verses that story? Can you tell me?
Sorry, again, as I was saying,
the story. No. Tell me the story of the adulteress in the Bible. How many verses? How many verses? The total. How many verses? How many verses, according to you, are missing in the old original?
Everyone listen to what he said. He said, I don't accept church father quotation and I don't accept manuscripts.
I did
So
not say
what
that.
evidence?
I did not say that. I never
Yes,
said
you did. Why
no,
are you
no, no, no,
lying?
no,
Why
no,
are
I did
you
not say
lying?
that.
You said
I
I
don't
don't
go.
accept
I follow.
manuscripts
Listen,
because they
potato.
can be written by
Listen,
everyone.
potato.
And I don't accept church father
I'm a
quotations because
Christian.
none of my
I'm a
followers.
Christian. Listen, potato. We are not like you Muslims. Follow Sahih al-Bukhari. We are Christians. We follow the
I don't know
Bible.
why you're calling me
Our
potato. You're
holy,
bald and have a
our
beer
holy
belly,
book,
bro.
our holy book,
Time to lose weight.
our holy book is the Bible. Your
Yeah,
holy
300
book,
years after Jesus. 350 years after Jesus.
your holy book is al-Bukhari. Is that true?
No.
So you follow the Quran or you follow al-Bukhari? Say yes or no.
We follow the Quran.
So if I show you in al-Bukhari something opposed the Quran, which one you follow?
Yeah, I follow the Quran because again, so in Mustalah al-Hadith, we have a concept called Shad al-Hadith.
Hold on. The Quran says, the Quran says you do muta. Do you follow muta?
No, I don't follow muta.
So, but you said you follow the Quran only.
No, because again, so as I was saying, right?
I'm asking you. The Quran says you do muta. If there is a verse in the Quran says don't do muta no more.
You don't understand the concept of Shad al-Hadith.
Right? So now we follow the Hadith, not the Quran.
No, I'm explaining to you what Shad al-Hadith
is. Hold on. So now the Quran say you do muta. Where it says don't do muta, it is in the Hadith. So which one you follow? You dump the Quran, you follow the Hadith. So I said to you, I don't take anyone to be holy scriptures for me, except the Bible. That's all. I did not say I dump the church father. I don't say I don't respect them. I don't say anything. I say they are priests, they are bishop. They can say whatever they want. But my holy book is what God said in the Bible. That's it. Anything else is an opinion of people. So now I'm asking you, is following the muta is a command of Allah in the Quran? The Hadith says don't do muta no more. Which one you follow?
As I was saying, right, your argument when you said that I take multiple manuscripts.
Which one you follow? You are trying to dodge my question. The Quran says you do muta. Don't give me explanation. Give me the answer first. Quran says you do muta. Hadith says don't do muta. Which one you follow?
Again. I'm not letting you change the goalpost
without again. Which one you follow? You lied. You lie. You said to me
we speaking about the preservation.
Did he say? Did he say?
I'm saying it doesn't exist.
You said. You said you follow. You see,
I'm telling
he's trying to escape the embarrassment.
That we have
Abdul
multiple
apologize.
That we can put together.
Apologize for lying.
We can tell whether what's authentic and
apologize.
But multiple,
apologize for lying.
Multiple
you said you follow the Quran.
Mention, right? The story of the adulterous woman is inconsistent in the later manuscripts.
Okay, listen.
So not only do you have an issue that they're not in the oldest manuscripts, but when they do start coming into the other manuscripts, they are inconsistent. Some use the wording of Mark, some use the wording of Luke, some use the wording of John. Like they're different, right? And they're different in placement as well. So they're not consistent. Therefore, that's not an argument. This is what Bruce Metzger says.
If I show you the names of those you mentioned,
the evidence for the
he will keep talking, so he will not answer. He will keep talking. So Abdul, you mentioned Luke, you mentioned Mark, you mentioned John. Right? If I show you that in your books, just are you trying to make me bounce you? Is that what you're trying to say? To say I'm not did not run away? You're a coward. You're trying to run away. So listen, I'm asking you. You said you follow the Quran. So where in the Quran says don't do muta?
You're switching the topic.
I am not. The topic. We are talking about the validity of my book and your book.
Yeah, the topic was.
I answered you about those verses you mentioned, and then
no. Again,
I said to you, I will use your logic. I say to you, I will use your logic.
You're lying
in the old manuscript.
We're speaking about the validity of my book and your book. I came in here asking you about this story in specific.
You are just a son of Muta. You will not let me talk. Coward. See, guys, how they lie? Do you follow the Quran or the Hadith? He said the Quran. The Quran says do Muta. The hadith says don't do mut'ah. He will not let me talk. He want to keep going back to the verses of adulteress because he's embarrassed. Who is the one who command you to take thousands of verses from the Quran? The scholars agree. Huh? The Quran says those who took their rabbis and their monks as gods, those are the Muslims. He will not let me talk. This is your book. The one who took their scholars as gods instead of the Messiah. It is you, Muslims. You take what your scholar says, not what your prophet say, not even what your God say. The God said the mut'ah. The scholars say don't do say mut'ah. The God gave you hundreds of verses in one chapter. You decide to take them off. Everybody heard you. This is recorded. People will take it and will download it to their channels. And by the way, I challenge you, Potato, to take this video as it is and put it in your channel. I challenge you. If you are not a son of a mut'ah, be a man. If you don't download it and put it in your channel, you are a son of mut'ah. I'm saying to you. So respect your mother and download it. Those who took their monks and their rabbis as gods. What does that mean? You read the interpretation that says they follow the command of the monks and the rabbis instead of the command of God and the Messiah. We heard him saying, it's recorded, the one who decide to take those verses is the scholars. The verse of breastfeeding for adult. The goat ate it. I asked him, did the goat eat your memory? He cannot recite it. We forgot it. I can tell you that you forget it because you decide to forget it because it's a shameful verse, showing that your God, Allah, is a Kama Sutra, is a sex maniac. And then this verse was abrogated by recitation. Where the command to recite? Who told you to abrogate it by recitation? Where? But not by ruling. Good. Where is the command? Or the scholars? Who is the one said to you, don't recite it no more? Is it Muhammad? If it's Muhammad, show me. And why God want his followers to forget his poo-poo? Because it's poo-poo, it's shameful. So this stupid God, he says something, he don't want them to remember it. Forget it. Okay, don't remember this one. This one is bad. Don't even put it there. Come on, this is disgusting. People will laugh at us. So when the Muslim they debate us about preservation of a book, we die laughing at you. What is the evidence of what you said? Atheist told me. You know, the manuscript is not my specialty in the Bible. I cannot say I'm a scholar of it. But whatever you said is funny and silly. You have to prove. You said, how I can disapprove it if it's not there? You're stupid. In order to disapprove it, to be fabricated, then you have to find the whole book. And this book have to be approved by the Christians. Not only find the book, because, you know, in the through centuries, people they use their own pen to write, right? And not all people they have access to all the library like today. You know, we have all the books, all the information. So if we ask the Muslims about the manuscript of the Quran, they say we have none. If we ask them about mistakes in a grammar or writing in the Quran, they say this is a typo. Okay, we understand it can happen because they are using the pen. There's no way if I am copying now a book, any book, me as a human being, copying a book of somebody, I will be able really to write it without making a mistake. There's no way. In fact, we use even Microsoft Word and grammar, etc., and still we have to need to correction and etc. But this is not the topic. The topic is there's a verses are missing. So you are upset because in the old manuscript, according to you, I did not see any reference. There's some are not mentioned in the old manuscript of the Bible is making you upset, but you accept the Quran, have thousands of verses and chapters are missing. What a hypocrite religion. And the second I corner him, he will keep talking because he don't want to, you know, that's it. The only way to escape, I will keep talking, he will bounce me. I will not look like I went and run away. Nice try. Potato. An atheist told me, like, you know, Mimi Hijab, he brought Borat, Herman, asking him about the death of Jesus. You remember the hilarious stupid Mimi Hijab? Let me see if I can find the video. Crucifixion. This is the stupid Mimi Hijab. I don't know if this is the part I'm looking for, but let us see. This is how stupid those people are. He brought an atheist.
What does it mean to be unreliable?
Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. There's a lot of interest, I think, from the Muslim community, and many Muslims feel that, well, your conclusions, your historical conclusions of who Jesus Christ is more commensurate with the Muslim idea than it is with the Christian one.
I wouldn't say that they line up well with the Muslim view. I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. I'm not interested in whether Jesus was the Son of God because I don't think there's...
The stupid donkey, Mimi Hijab, he said that what you say is really lined up with the teaching of Islam. He said to him, no, not really. And you can tell this Borat is mentally ill. I mean, do you see how he laughs? Do you see his face? Do you see that, you know, you look at his face. So the stupid Mimi Hijab, they are so desperate. They are so desperate to prove this garbage child molester prophet. They brought an atheist who make fun of any religion to disapprove Jesus. What he did? He got them screwed. And by the way, this guy, he have an interview with David Wood. Anyone remember what said? David Wood, he says to him, is it true? Do you think that Jesus, after crucifixion, he appeared to the disciple? He said yes. Huh? He just said now that he believed that Jesus really was crucified and he was buried and dead. If you believe that the Messiah appeared to them again, that the Messiah is true Messiah, he's mentally ill, this person. But this is how desperate those people are. They brought you a book written by one of those to disapprove the Bible. But the second you start taking the dots together, you will see that those people, they contradict what they are saying. Watch and laugh.
Does it mean to be unreliable?
Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. There's a lot of interest, I think, from the Muslim community, and many Muslims feel that, well, your conclusions, your historical conclusions of who Jesus Christ is more commensurate with the Muslim idea than it is with the Christian one.
I wouldn't say that they line up well with the Muslim view. I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. I'm not interested in whether Jesus was the Son of God because I don't think there's a God. And so
my understanding is that your conclusion is that Jesus Christ was a messianic prophet.
I think he thought that he was a son of God in the sense.
See, he thought
that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel.
See, he just gave another screw to Muhammad. He just denied that Christ is not a Christ. This guy, he think he is the Messiah. Did you hear? This is how stupid the Mohammedan are. They brought a maniac, mentally ill person, hoping that he will approve their case. Everything, if we take what this guy is saying to be true, that means everything the Muslim believe in is false. Everything. The Messiah is not the Messiah. And this person who he thought he is the Messiah, according to this mental, he was crucified and buried. And all reference, he studied very well, all reference prove that this is the crucifixion happened. What he's saying, he don't believe that the Messiah even exists as a character. He thought he will be the Messiah. He thought he is the Son of God. So the Messiah, truly he spoke about himself, the Son of God. The person who is saying he thought he's the Messiah, well, obviously, he believed he's the Messiah. Why he will lie to himself? Why he will believe he's the Messiah? He believed he's the Messiah. He was not lying. So even the enemy of Jesus could not deny that Jesus was telling the truth.
I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him. I think that that's historically right. You know, I think that all of these gospel authors, I think all of them think that in some sense, Jesus is God. If you think that the Bible cannot have any mistakes in it, if you're shown a mistake, then you just refuse to admit it's a mistake. You think either it can be reconciled in some way, or that there's something we just don't understand about it, or, you know, we have, and
in the Quran, it's mentioned if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are in error. I certainly don't think God gave them.
Even Mimi Hijab, he laughed at his stupidity. The stupid Allah, he told him, if this book is from me, you would have no contradiction in it. But guess what? The Quran is full of contradiction.
That is my view.
It's a necessary condition for a book from God not to have contradictions.
That's an assumption about what kind of book God could write. I know this is an important argument that apologists use for Islam. As somebody who is not either Christian or Muslim, it doesn't make sense to me for humans to say what God has to do. If God wants to make a revelation, it has to be this, this, or that. You're talking about somebody who's beyond your imagination.
Well, there has to be something within revelation which distinguishes it from human speech, so as to act as an evidence.
Yes, I know that's your argument. I'm saying, who says it has to be? You are.
If it's not, then anyone can claim prophecy or prophethood, right?
Well, the Christians say that's what the Christians say what Muslims are doing. They're just claiming things for themselves.
In the past, prophets came with kind of visual miracles. The final prophet, who's we believe Prophet Muhammad, he came with some.
Maybe Hijab talking about visual miracle. What is that? Like he is having sex with a child? Isn't it the Quran says Muhammad have zero miracle? Maybe the miracle of doing mut'ah. Splitting the moon, which is the eclipse. But the laugh of this Borat is hilarious. You know, you can tell this guy is mentally ill, really.
Something that can be analyzable in our times. If it's analyzable in a sense that you can distinguish it from human speech, and so this would be the argument that we would put forward.
Yeah, no, I know, and I don't buy it. Suppose he did not call himself God. That would not mean he's not God. I don't call myself a pain in the neck. And I don't buy it.
What a hilarious stupid Abdul Muhammadan. Oh boy, you Muslims are really stupid.
As the President of the United States,
seriously, you are stupid. What does it mean to be? And the guy coming to me about the verses of adulteress. An old manuscript. You know, when a Muslim, he come to me and says the church father, who is a church father? The church father, in fact, they are the disciple of Jesus. The rest are not, I cannot call them, me myself, church father. First of all, the word father in the Bible is only for God. And people, they use it for priest or bishop. I let it go, but biblically, it have to be used only to speak about God. The Bible says it clearly, only your father, you have only one father, is the one in heaven. That's it. So, the when we speak about church father, what do we mean? We mean the founder of the church. Okay. Well, those are the disciple of Jesus. The one who came after, they are not the fathers of Peter or the fathers of Paul and the fathers of etc. It's the opposite. If we take it as like who is higher in the rank of the church, so for sure the disciple of Jesus is the highest. And then the Christians, we are followers. As simple as that. So when I believe, when I convert to Christianity, and then after 20 years from that day, I grow a beard, and then people, they call me bishop. That does not change anything. I'm still nobody. I am just a follower of Christ. And my holy book is the Bible. If I write a book of my own to explain the Bible or something, this is my book. It can contain it will contain for sure my opinion. It can be agreed upon, it can be disagreed. If disagreed with the Christians' scriptures, then people will call me heretic. And it happened. There's many in a very early age of a Christianity, people who come with heresy, and the Christians rejected them. Like the ones who said that Jesus was created. When the Bible is so clear saying that he was not. He is everything created by him and for him. Everything. So how he can be created? And Jesus says that he was with the Father, with the glory before the world was. So how he was created? So the Christians, they faced many heresy, like Mohammed, and they defeat them. And today we defeat Muhammad as the same as before. Nothing changed. We Christian, we don't have Sahih al-Bukhari. We don't take what the priests say against what Jesus say. The Bible says it clearly. Anyone bring other than the scriptures, let him be accursed. Is that correct? So if somebody claimed to be a priest and he come with a new teaching is not from the Bible says let him be accursed. He is going to go to hell. Can I post the link for what? What link? And I forgot, by the way, to show him he mentioned at Uthaymeen about marrying a woman in the purpose to divorce her, which means doing mut'ah. Too bad. I could not have patience with him to keep him. This is the link. Here we go. الزواج بنية الطلاق. Marrying with the intention of divorcing.
Marriage with the intention of divorce.
Who? This is the official website of the Sheikh. He mentioned his name. And this is the audio.
فتوى تنسب إلى الشيخ عبد العزيز بن باز حفظه الله وأن فضيلتكم قد أفتيتم بذلك أيضا تقول بأنه يجوز للإنسان أن يتزوج بنية الطلاق فما صحة هذه الفتوى؟
نعم ذكر الشيخ عبد العزيز وكذلك اللجنة الدائمة أنه يجوز للغريب أن يتزوج بنية الطلاق.
Guys, imagine he is telling his followers that you can marry a woman with the intention to divorce her. You see, the Sunni, they claim that they do mut'ah. So the hadith, they say there's a hadith says don't do mut'ah no more. So how we can go around this? We want to do mut'ah still. So he's saying, okay, we will marry her, but with the intention to divorce her. So go to the women. He say, I want to marry you. I really like you. How much you charge me? I will marry, have a family. He take her home. He do boom boom to her. He leave the house. He send her a text message. You are divorced. He's saying this is lawful. And this is his audio. See? This is the Sheikh, this potato, who called me. He mentioned him. And the reason, he don't want to do fornication, brother. To avoid fornication. So you destroy the life of a human being. She is a female. You fool her. You don't tell her that she is going to be divorced after 5 minutes. You tell her, I want to marry you, I want to have a family. You take her to your room. She take off her clothes, you sleep with her, and then you dump her like a cat. This is Islam. Do you see it? This is the garbage of Muhammad. And they call this marriage. You see how Muhammad the devil, he changed the name of fornication, he called it marriage. For this fornication, he paid her money, and now there's a victim. Now, because now the one who was doing mut'ah, she knew that this is mut'ah. This is not really marriage. Here he fooled her. He tell her, I want to marry you to have a family, but in his mind, his intention is to divorce her. Can you believe such a garbage? And this is the link. Let me post it in Rumble in case somebody, I can post it in Rumble only and in Discord, but I cannot post it in YouTube because I need to shorten it. He said he follow Ibn Uthaymeen. Ibn Uthaymeen. Oh boy. You know, the Muslims are fascinating creatures. They don't drink wine, but they drink camel urine. They don't worship Muhammad, but they drink his piss. They have one God, but this God, he obey Muhammad. They have one God, but this God created everything for the sake of Muhammad. Even the chair of Allah is created because of Muhammad, because Allah, he need to write the name of Muhammad on the chair. Listen carefully, Abdul. Allah did not have a chair except for Muhammad. Why? Because he want to do graffiti. The first thing Muhammad he did when he created Adam, he was planning for the whole idea of Muhammad. He said, I need to create a chair. There's no walls around me. There's no ground. I need to write his name. So he said, let me create a chair from wood. He created a chair from wood, and then he wrote the name of Muhammad on the chair. Francis, how are you doing, my friend? Sorry for making you wait for long. You still there?
Hello, brother. Salam, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yes. So, no, it's absolutely fine. I know you're a busy person, so I just wanted to say Merry Christmas and a very blessed Happy New Year to you and to all your viewers. And my second one. Is it all right to ask?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So, you know when I don't know whether you know this, brother, but in Orthodoxy, like certain Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, in Egypt, they have this, the way they chant, basically the Psalms and the prayers. Is there any source in regards to Islam of how, because it sounds so similar in a way, right? So is there any source of Islam that maybe the inspiration was taken of the way they read,
you know,
chant
the Muslim, they try to copy everything from the Christians and from the Jews and whatever religion around there, not only Christian and Jews. So as an example, the ablution is taken from the Sabian. Shaking their head when they recite the Quran is taken from the Jews, you know. If you notice that a Muslim, when he go to the Kaaba, he wear a small tiny hat in top of his head.
Oh yes.
This is the hat of the Jews. A Muslim, when he go around the Kaaba, he have to wear a sheet showing his right shoulder. This is the sheet of the Hindus. They have to wear a sandal made from one piece of leather That is what the priests of the Hindus do. And they have to shave their head, and this is exactly what the Hindus and the Buddhists they do. So, and the Quran written to be accordingly to the way is written in the Bible, chapter, verses, numbers. Otherwise, those Arabs, they have no idea how to do those things. And then when they recite the Quran, they are trying to copy the Christian priests when they sing the Quran, sing the Bible.
Yeah. There's no source in Quran or Hadith or something.
No, nowhere really it says. And you know, the Quran, the original Quran wasn't like this. Like the Quran, according to Muslims, was without dots. Like you see all those valves and those things.
Oh yeah.
Those things never exist in the Quran. And those things, they change a lot of the meaning. So many even Muslim scholars, they say that the guy who added those valves and dots to the Quran, he made a big corruption for the Quran because meaning changed based on this. Like I wish I have like tools to connect my, like I need a tablet and a pen, something I can connect this to the screen so I can write for you and show you what I mean. So everything we have in front of us is different from what they used to have in front of them. However, for me, I don't debate Muslims usually about the corruption of the Quran because there is no point if the Quran, all of it is corrupt. Why I want to prove that some verses are corrupt? The whole book is fraud. Same time, it's for my benefit if he believes that the whole book is preserved. Because then when I show him a stupid thing in the Quran, he cannot deny that it is what Allah said. You know, and Allah then is not God. But if he believes that the Quran is somebody play with it, he can get away with it. Says, okay, this is what somebody did. This is not, so for sure not Allah saying. Somebody added this to the Quran. So it's for my benefit that the Muslim believe that the Quran never changed.
Got it.
Yeah. Give you the okay.
No, thank you so much, brother. Very kind of you. And God bless. Thank you so much again.
You're
and
welcome.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family and all the viewers. Thank you, brother.
Merry Christmas. As you see, we spend the Merry Christmas with the faithful Muhammad.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Take care.
What I can do, I wish I can, you know, but my destiny with the garbage of Muhammad.
Absolutely. Exposing everything in order to show people.
Yeah.
God bless you for that.
You're welcome. All of you spend your Christmas with your family, you have nice food. And poor me, I open a can of tuna. Honestly, I ate tuna. I ate tuna, you know, today. Anyway, God is good. All right, we have Sahih Christian. Thank you, Francis.
No problem. Thank you, brother. Take care, Christian brother.
Go ahead, Sahih. You have to push to talk. Which bomb you have to push, by the way? I think you have difficulty to use it. Yeah, I just posted the link for the one who asked for the link about marrying with the intention of divorce. This is how evil. The website have not only the text, it have the audio conversation. This is not you, Sahih Christian. This is someone else. All right. Are you there? Sahih Christian, the one in Discord. All right. Fix your stuff and come back. The link in Arabic, but you can use Google Translation. You never heard of Google? Click in the top of the page, the three dots. Click at the translate. Hachi, go ahead.
Hey, Zippy, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Very quick question.
All right.
There is this website. Let me see if I can post the link. It shows Quran if the letters have variants, it's shown in gray. I don't know if you can click it and
All right.
show it on the screen.
I
And
know this website. Okay.
and the crazy thing is, even in the chapter 1, only 2 words are consistent between all this. I don't know if, because I'm not obviously knowledgeable in this, but like, does this make sense? They have so only 2 words that are common in all these variants.
Yeah, this is what it says in the website you are showing. Yeah, but the whole chapter, in fact, this is not part of the Quran. Al-Fatiha does not even exist in the Quran of Ibn Masood. That's why it says even وَكَانَ يَحُكُّ الْمُعْوَذَتَيْن. He used to delete them. He don't accept them, So the Muslims didn't agree about Al-Fatiha if it's part of the Quran or not.
I see. Well, CP, wishing you also good Happy New Year. Been great privilege supporting. The number of ex-Muslims that we can count even in the Discord server was triple digit. So hopefully 2025 we can fish for more. So
all right. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. God bless. Christian, go ahead. Go ahead. Look like he have difficulty. Anyone want to go say something before we go for today? You guys, you don't want me to spend the whole of Christmas talking about the 50 Muhammad, huh? About the dots, maybe we can talk about a different time. I'm not in the mood to do more search for now. But you notice how Muslims, when you put him in the corner, they switch right away to the mode, because now he knew that if he go back, if he is going to answer, he will be in trouble. So they try to avoid as much as they can the embarrassment. My favorite Bible verse, the whole Bible, is favorite, but there's verses can help you in in the time of weakness. Like when I feel like I am being weak or being tempted, or I like the verse where it says, Jesus said, "Go and sin no more." All right. For this verse will remind me of what I should do. Because, we sin. And we say, God will forgive us, we are weak, And then we sin again. And then we say, okay, God, forgive me, I was weak, And then we sin again. So it became like a game, like I'm just taking advantage of the love of God, thinking that He's a fool, and I can do, as I wish. And then this God is loving, so, go and sin no more is showing you that God give you chances. But those chances doesn't mean they are unlimited. So if you decide to abuse, He said to you, go and sin no more. So when you do sin, now you are already, He spoke to you personally saying, go and sin no more. So you are challenging Him. Your sin is even bigger because you are a Christian who have been taught, go and sin no more, but you decide to take sin as your lifestyle. All right. You do not need a Skype, you do not need Telegram. Click at the link of Discord. You do not even need an account. You can join so easy. In Discord, it take you a second to come and speak. You do not need a website. You can open your browser, come to Discord. All right. Did Mary do Christmas? Why Mary would do Christmas? What do you mean? Mary, she is the first one who witnessed the first Christmas. Isn't it kings, they came to Jesus, they bowed down to him and they gave gifts to him? Isn't it the sky sent stars to lead them to go to Jesus and give gifts? So the first Christmas happened in the existence of Mary. You know, people, they have a very funny question. Did Mary do Christmas? Did Mary have light, by the way? What about Santa Claus? Was Santa Claus exist in the time of Mary? What if you try to avoid but you struggle with certain things? Well, my friend, our life, all of it is about struggling, right? But the danger is when we try to justify the sin we do. Otherwise, all our life is a struggle. You know, we struggle to make living. We struggle to with our health. We struggle with our temptation. All the life is a struggle. So struggle is not an excuse. You know, what count is the success. What the benefit if I say I struggle with this, but always I fail at the end. So struggle should lead to success, not to a failure. And if you fail first time, and then you fail the second time, and then the third time, that means you like it. Obviously, you're not learning from your mistakes. If I go in the road, and this road there's a hole in it, and each time I go in the same road, I fail in the same hole. So either I am enjoying it, I like it, or I'm a fool. Which one? Right? Go ahead, Golden Man.
Hello, CP.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, today, it's a very big day for us as Christian. Our Savior was born. He came to the world. Even he said before Abraham, I am, right?
Amen.
So today, we need to rejoice because, we have our Savior. And the Bible also says, earth rejoice, right?
Amen.
So we have to rejoice for that, and leave the filthy Mohammed in his tomb and in his hell. We as Christian, today is a very big for a day for us. I remember when I was a kid, I don't like to miss Christmas. It was a very big event for me as a child. When I was growing up, I neglect a little bit, but now I resume with celebrating the birth of my Savior. So thank you for everything you are doing. Today is Christmas, where you are online and in live and speaking for hours and hours. I've been listening to you, over 4 hours now. I never turn off. So, thank you very much for taking so long time to talk with Christians and to share, your faith with them. I like the way you described to one of the caller who was asking for confirmation about the Bible. I like how you explained him that the Bible is not about confirmation of the books, but it's about the teaching of Jesus Christ. When I was little, I only had the book of Acts. For a long time, I was reading that only book, but that doesn't mean I don't have the Bible. That the only book I had with me. That's what I was given to at church. In Sunday school, the teacher gave me that book as a gift. So I hold on for so long before my dad actually gave me a Bible, his Bible. And I still have that Bible now over like 20 years. I still have the Bible that my dad gave me. So
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for explaining that our faith is not based on just a number of book or verse or chapter. No, our faith is based on Christ, Jesus Christ. And like you said in the book of John, John said we cannot write down everything Jesus Christ has done. The book will be so big and we cannot even read it. So we just believe in and we receive Jesus Christ in our life and we are saved. And that's it. And our fruit show that we are really, really Christian, and people who see us as Christian. And actually that's how the name Christian came out. They saw the Christian, the disciples of Jesus Christ, they were preaching, they were acting, they saw the fruits and they say, oh, these people look like Jesus Christ, So yeah, today I want to say Merry Christmas to everybody and our Muslim friends who are still Muslim. I invite them to come to the Messiah, to come to the Savior, so they can receive their salvation. They can receive, freedom in Jesus Christ and live that ugly religion of Islam. Thank you very much, CP.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas, my friend. God bless you. Are you from Africa?
Yes, I'm from Africa, but I'm living in the United States.
All right. God bless you, my friend.
Yeah, I share your channel with my friends, and it's not easy, but a lot of them, I ask them to watch, to follow you, and they do.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
God bless you too.
I'm really happy to see. It makes me feel really good to see African Christians. They stand for the faith. I see them in many places. They are brave. They are warriors, and they do something. The gift God gave them long time ago, from the early churches. Christians in Africa, they were the first. It's not only in Antakya, because Antakya was one of the earliest churches who became Christians in the territory of Syria. But we have the churches of Ethiopia and Egypt, and then we have India. We have the disciples, they went all around and they spread the faith. And that's why when there's fools, they come to us and they say, the Bible is changed. I will not be surprised to find a lot of manuscript written in the Indian language. Like if you go and search about Christians in India, how ancient they are, you will find that go back all the way almost to 2,000 years ago, to the time of the disciples. So the first Christians, they did an amazing, astonishing job, risking their lives, going to countries they do not know their language, but the Lord, He spoke in their tongues. They do not know the culture, but the Lord, He spoke in their tongues, and they were able to spread the faith in a very short period, not by the sword, not by killing, not by violence, not by raping, like Muhammad, but by sharing the truth. God is good. I'm not going to keep you longer. For me, I spend my Christmas with you. I will spend my New Year with you. Same for me, doesn't matter really. But I think all of you, you have a family, and maybe you have things to do. And already I'm here for many hours, so I will say Merry Christmas to all of you. I need to rest my voice. And we pray that the Lord will keep all the Christians around the world safe, and the whole world. We want peace for the whole earth. But you know, people love war. People love they are hatred, and then you find yourself, you like it or not, you are going to war with the evil ones. So we pray for the safety of the Christians. We pray for your family, your health. We pray that God give you wisdom, so you can make right choices. We have the year is coming. But you know, time means nothing. New year, past year, it's nothing really. It is you who need to change, not the time. You change yourself when you are wrong. And you keep yourself the way you are and try to make it better when you are right. We always have to do maintenance to ourselves. We have to maintain the good we have, and we have to try to increase it. And let us see if we can give more time for the Lord, not for us, ourselves. So we spend, like, you know, I would like to ask people here, how many times I did even spoke about the Bible to friends? How many hours I spent in my life? In the last year, I spoke about Jesus to somebody. Maybe 0 minute, maybe 5 minutes. I don't know. Each one of them is different. But if we are just exist to make living, to eat, to drink, and then to die, I say to you, nobody will remember you. And the maximum you will be remembered by a bunch of your kids. And then after many years, they will say, oh, this is my dad, he passed away. Nobody will remember you unless you do something. And the most important is to be remembered by the Lord, not by the people. So let the Lord remember you, that you are not just another human, but you were a child of God. You are unique, you are different, and you were productive. You did not go to your grave and have gold and silver. Trust me, you will not take it with you. You went to heaven, and you have no gold and no silver. You have all the good things you did to serve the Lord, so you can enjoy His presence and His glory, and you will receive a lot of, let us say, blessing from Him. The happiness which nobody can describe. You know, like for us today, we feel happiness. But imagine if we have all the stress in our life is taken away. The health, the mental, the depression, the finance. If all those things, the Lord, He took it from us. And can He take it away? For sure. So invest for tomorrow. Even the word invest is not right. We're not talking about business. But the investment here is about serving the Lord, being a good person, to be remembered by Him. He said, by their fruits I shall know them. You remember the parable in the Bible about the virgins, which is having, some of them they have oil in their candles, and some of them they have no oil. Why some of them have oil, and why some of them they don't? The foolish ones, they think they have a candle is enough to be seen, but there's no light in it. You will not be seen in the darkness. But the one who have oil in it, they can light up their candle with the oil. And the oil here is your faith and your fruits. So all of us, we have candles, but not all of us, we have oil. And why not all of us, we have oil? Because some of us, we focus on everything except the oil. And the oil in the Bible present or represent a blessing. How you bless your life, and how you make your life continue. So even after you go, You will be alive and you will be with the Lord, and you will be blessed. You will not be doomed. So I advise you not to think about the candle you have much if you don't have oil, because it's useless. Imagine you have a flashlight but you have no battery in it. What the benefit of it? Useless. Nothing you can do with it. So I say, and I advise all of us, let us all of us be warriors, and it doesn't matter if you are a male or a female. Every one of us, we have a duty. And you know, like in war, there is people who are nurses. Okay, women, they cannot fight. So what they do? They work as nurses. They help the soldiers when they are injured. In fact, they are soldiers too, because they are doing their part, their duty. So an army of God is people who complete each other. Each one of us, he do what he can. Each one of us, he have a skills and gifts. So there's somebody, he is in the front line because he fit to be there. There's someone he don't fit in the front line. He's in the second line. So you choose your line and see where you fit. But you have to be in the line. And it doesn't matter if it's in the front line or the last line, which is maybe with the nurses. For all they are doing a duty to serve the purpose. So the warriors of Christ will be victorious. So all those lines, the one in the front and the one in the back, all they will bring victory together. The one in the front alone cannot bring victory. The one in the back alone cannot bring victory. All the lines of the army, they join together, everyone do his duty, and then all of them, they rejoice when they, for the victory they receive. So in his name we will be victorious, and by being in his army, from around the world, black, white, Asian, who care? People who see color, they are racist. People who see color, they are racist. In Christ, we see no color. The African is no less than me, and he is no better than me too. My color and his color does not change anything. The Asian is no better than me, and I'm no better than him, except who of us is more warrior to Christ. For God, he loved the world, remember. And this is something very important, that we fight anyone who discriminate. Racism, as a word like they use it today, like it's not really accurate, because all of us, we have a race. So to say we are not racist is not true, because all of us, we have a race. We are born of a race. It's not a choice we make. But racism in the way of discrimination, that is evil. So you as a Christian, you have a duty, be the ambassador of Jesus, show love to other people who look different from you, who speak different language than you. Show them how Christ make you a better person. Be an ambassador. What ambassador do? He present the king who he present. So if you are holding a cross in your neck and you are racist against someone who is Asian or black or even white, or you are giving a very bad name to the person you claim you belong to him, you better take your cross off from your neck, for you don't deserve it. The second you say you are a Christian, you have responsibility. And the responsibility goes for everything. Go and do no sin. And discrimination is sin. Discrimination because of gender. And we know we don't want to be the same as those woke. Women is a woman and man is a man. This is not what we are talking about. Discrimination is when you treat a woman because she is weak in an aggressive way. A true Christian, he protect the weak. He defend the weak. He don't take advantage of the weak. That is going to be discrimination if you take advantage because of a weakness of someone. A true Christian, he respect the elders, and he love them, and he support them, and he help them. He don't discriminate them or take advantage of them. And the same goes for stranger, the same goes for Foreigner, the same goes for other color, for we don't care really for their color. What we see is the face of Jesus. So me as a Christian, I see the face of Jesus, and someone is Asian or black or white or Indian, it doesn't matter. It's not how your face look like, it's how your fruit tastes like. As the Lord, He said, from their fruits you shall know them. So I want to say thank you all. Merry Christmas. I will try to come tomorrow again. Like today, I came early because, you know, we are over Christmas. Usually we have different timing to come. We will try to go back to the schedule. We will see. So we can have people from around the world to join with us. God bless you. And yeah, I'm still alive. What I will do? You know what I will do. I have a duty. I feel guilty if I don't come. Honestly, I don't even feel good. Still, I don't feel good. You believe it or not, I don't feel good, but I feel guilty if I don't come. So I say to myself, okay, now what I would do? I didn't feel good, but which one is better? To have little pain, or go and do something, change something, share something? Which one is better? So for sure, there is one will win and one will lose. And this is how we know how close we are to our mission. Which one is more important? The mission or something else? I say the mission. So as long as I can, I will stay. If I cannot, I will leave. And now it's time to leave. I want to say to you, thank you all. May the Lord bless you. God is good. So is Jesus. And to see you tomorrow, maybe. God bless. Merry Christmas. Take care.